Put it down.
It was in somebody's office.
Can you get to your chair? Councillors, we'd like to start the meeting, please. Can we take our seats and quieten down? Welcome, councillors, officials, media and members of the public that are connected to the YouTube link. I'd like to call for a moment's silence, please. Thank you. Councillors, you should have all registered now as you entered the doors at the chamber and the banqueting hall. If you have not done so, please make sure that you do so. And then please take your seats again and make sure that you're also in the correct venue. The party totals will be provided later in the meeting as we tally up the registration. But we do have a quorum, and so we will proceed. So I call on the Mayor, Alderman Dan Plato, to address the meeting. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Good morning. It's good to see people in person again, instead of speaking to people through a machine. But it's a wonderful day for our council, for South Africa, for Cape Town, with the eyes on the election. Honourable Speaker, before I start today, I think it is important to pay tribute to the role and the importance of civilian oversight in our democracy. And in order to do this, I want to call up one of our residents, Heather Tager, I know for a very, very long time, and while she's coming forward, I think Heather is up there somewhere. Heather, you may come down, please. There are many residents who we are truly grateful to for the role they play in their communities. But as a member and chairperson of the Civilian Oversight Committee, CIVOC, since its inception in 2007, Heather Tager represents an oversight body that serves all of Cape Town. During this time, Mrs. Tager has contributed much towards setting standards for effective civilian oversight across the country, and she is accordingly approached for advice on such matters from time to time. Over the past 14 years, the CIVOC has contributed to improve standards in respect of policing practices, training, as well as policies and procedures. And the chairperson has personally introduced a number of initiatives that were adopted by the Safety and Security Directorate. These interventions add significant value to staff members of the Directorate, as well as the people of Cape Town, and include the Identity Child Safety Initiative, the introduction of dedicated trauma counseling, the introduction of stress exposure training for the Directorate's policing staff. I would hereby, Honourable Speaker, like to award this lady, this wonderful person I know, as I've said for so many years, with a special commendation for long and remarkable service as the chair of the CIVOC, or Civilian Oversight Committee of the City of Cape Town. Heather, thank you very much, and I hand this over to you. Speaker, once again, I want to start and I want to focus on something very important that is beginning to create havoc in the lives of so many Cape Townians, that is happening just across the road from where we live. And I want to focus for a moment, and I've done it before at the previous council meeting, the ongoing attacks towards women and children. It cannot want to go unnoticed. The brutal killing of a woman by the hand of a man does not stop. There's just no end to that. And it is time for society and leaders to focus more, even, and I propagate it, and I talked to some national ministers about this as well. So much focus mainly on women's issues during Women's Month and 16 days of activism. But when are we going to focus on the issues pertaining to the man in the life of women, the man in society? They are the attackers mainly. Last week, it was the brutal killing of a 40-year-old woman killed by a boyfriend. He dosed her with petrol and set her alight alive. She died in hospital. This Monday past, 2 days ago, Monday night, the brutal killing, execution style according to police, of 3 young women, 17 years old, 20 years old, 21 years old, TT section, Khayelitsha. Gender-based violence needs our continued attention. Speaker, I don't even want to refer to the killing of a teacher on the school terrain in Hines Park last week. An absolutely horrific incident. And the list just goes on and on. But Speaker, other business for the city of Cape Town to focus on as well. Despite the severe impact of the global coronavirus pandemic on many of our lives, it gives me comfort that this city has been there for our residents wherever possible. We have had many successes, and I know that our residents may not hear about them as easily as they will hear of our shortcomings. But I think it is important to share with you some of the many positives that we have achieved for Cape Town and her residents. While there is always room for improvement, and there is much more to do, much more to be done, there is also much to be proud of. And it is important to take stock from time to time of that, what is good happening as well. Firstly, let me mention rates, as this is what keeps the city running, over and above providing the lowest residential and commercial property rates of all metros. We have provided over 3.3 billion rand in rates relief this year alone, while launching an unprecedented 4 billion debt write-off and payment incentive for residents due to the economic stresses of the coronavirus pandemic. And I want to thank our residents for their continued high level of rates payments right across the pandemic period, because without their support and their continued support, we would not be able to maintain service delivery to the high standards that we hold ourselves. We further ran the largest and most successful emergency food aid program in the country during the height of COVID-19 amid looting of food trucks and stores in the early stages of the pandemic by supporting and equipping over 300 community-based soup kitchens. Our efforts were acknowledged internationally by being selected in the top 50 out of more than 600 international submissions for the Bloomberg Global Mayors Challenge. In addition, many of our local and international partners stepped forward to assist with much-needed food aid, for which we are very grateful, including 5 million euros in funding for food and local business support from the German Development Corporation via the KfW Development Bank. Speaker, when it comes to energy provision in Cape Town, we have led the charge for the whole country to break the Eskom monopoly, because this is the only way to bring competitive electricity prices and reliable supply that our economy and households need. Our city's fight with national government to break Eskom monopoly has resulted in an outcome that will benefit the whole of South Africa. We are already the only city in the country that can protect our residents from load shedding where possible. And we are preparing every day to buy a portion of our energy on the open market as soon as national government finalizes the necessary regulations. In the interim, we have protected residents more than any other metro in absorbing 32% of Eskom's steep increases this year. And we reduced water tariffs introduced during day zero as one of my first orders of business in 2018, with tariffs currently 45% lower than at the height of the drought. We did our best to fill the resource gap left by the South African Police Service by recruiting an additional 700 plus law enforcement officers over the last 3 years, which has trebled the arrest rate. We continue to take drugs and firearms off our streets, enforce bylaws, and promote greater community safety together with SAPS and our 8,000-person strong accredited Neighborhood Watch network. Honourable Speaker, I immediately responded to the public's call to address safety by allocating an additional 165 million rand to recruit additional law enforcement, buy more patrol vehicles, and install CCTV cameras. A further 500 million rand was added to the existing safety budget to recruit a further 500 law enforcement officers with the necessary equipment, vehicles, in partnership with the Western Cape government. While temporarily interrupted due to the global coronavirus pandemic last year, I've been grateful to once again spend many hours engaging communities, dealing with service delivery issues on the ground, engaging with the business sector, and joining neighborhood watches on patrols across the city with Councillor J.P. Smith. I believe in always being available to our residents to make sure their concerns are heard and addressed. Speaker, we have a way to go in overcoming the economic fallout of the global pandemic and national lockdown, but the city's economic action plan is firmly on track. According to the latest World Bank research report on doing business in South Africa, Cape Town was ranked as the top metropolitan municipality in the country when it comes to the ease of doing business. While earlier this year, the African Tech Ecosystems of the Future 2021-2022 report from FDI Intelligence, a data division of the Financial Times Group, ranked Cape Town as one of the world's fastest growing regions for foreign direct investment. In just the last year, we secured a number of major construction projects that will direction in infrastructure development with a strong 8.3 billion capital budget this year to drive economic growth and development. We will spend an estimated total capital expenditure in excess of 10 billion rand in the rolling out of Phase 2A of our integrated public transport. More than 1 billion rand will be spent, making this the largest mega project ever approved for public transport for the city of Cape Town. In a time of severe economic contraction amid the global pandemic, the rollout of the medium-term plan will focus on additional poverty-alleviating job opportunities, which includes more than 8,000 jobs. We need to continue using these opportunities to facilitate job creation for the residents of the city, ensuring that while we have the lowest unemployment in the country, that we reduce unemployment even further. Therefore, our tourism sector and our economy must recover. We need more big developments such as Harbour Arts to the tune of 14 billion rand, Waterfront 4 billion rand, River Club 4 billion rand, to further stimulate our economy and to create more and more jobs for our people. Any progress in government hinges on a capable state and a commitment to the rule of law. While we have much to celebrate, Honourable Speaker, we know there will always be more to do and areas on which we can improve. It is therefore important for us as a city, as a localized government, to send positive indicators to investors, such as the city of Cape Town was acknowledged as the most trusted metro in South Africa according to Consulta's 2020 Citizen Satisfaction Survey. And the latest Africa Ratings Sustainability Survey conducted in July 2020 found that the city of Cape Town is the only metro that strengthened its financial sustainability significantly over the past 5 years. The survey also confirmed that Cape Town is the only metro that can be considered sustainable with the capacity to absorb the financial shocks associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. The Auditor General further granted the City of Cape Town its 17th consecutive unqualified audit for the 2019-2020 financial year. In recent years, Honourable Speaker, we have seen a clear national policy shift away from the state as a primary provider of housing, including major cuts to grant funding. We have innovated in response to this and have thoroughly explored the opportunities available to the city in its various roles as provider, enabler, and regulator. I am confident that the new human settlement strategy developed and recently passed after public participation will go a long way towards addressing many of the housing challenges facing us. We have allocated approximately 3.3 billion rand from now until 2024 to address ongoing human settlements needs in our city. Over 13,300 housing opportunities are currently under construction, and there are over 6,500 well-located social housing units in the City of Cape Town's pipeline, or I must say in the Human Settlements Directorate's pipeline, with continued progress along the Voortrekker Road corridor and in central Cape Town. We have also prioritized the protection of land and by extension, the development goals of a city. This year, the city's land protection budget has been boosted from 170 million to 252 million rand. To prevent organized, large-scale unlawful occupation of land and building hijackings. These are funds the city would rather spend differently, but we have to prevent far greater long-term damage. We still have much work to do, but with innovative partnerships, the private sector, government, and communities together, we can address the housing challenges facing our city. We are further investing billions over the next decade to upgrade water and sanitation infrastructure. 60 billion rand has been invested into infrastructure over the last decade, and over the next 3 years, 50% of the city's 25 billion capital expenditure plan will be invested in water and sanitation infrastructure to ensure sustainable development. These upgrades, Honourable Speaker, will in part consider how to make infrastructure more resilient against damage from illegal dumping and abuse of the sewer system, which continues to negatively impact our residents. And Councillor Limburg will tell you damage to our sewer infrastructure and our pump stations, about 26 of them, contributed heavily to what we experience in many of our communities with regard to sewer overflows. And it cost the city of Cape Town millions and millions of rands just to go and to maintain the pump stations. The city's new water strategy which will bring post-drought stability, set the city on the right course for greater water security and the transition to a more water-sensitive city. With an investment of 5.6 billion rand, residents can be proud of Cape Town's new water program, which aims to deliver around 300 million litres per day by 2030 through groundwater abstraction, desalination, and water reuse. Through a whole-of-society effort, backed by major infrastructure investment, we can live more sustainably and with greater sensitivity to the environment. Speaker, any functional, committed and growing city will always face challenges, and the city of Cape Town has had its fair share, with many of these compounded by national disaster regulations imposed by national government in their efforts to address the coronavirus pandemic. And we have no problem with that, and we work alongside government to address this pandemic issue. But we are resilient, and we will always bounce back better together. Speaker, the entire country is now in what we call a full election mode. And I want to urge all political parties in this House, outside of this House, upcoming political parties, campaigning, your campaigns in Cape Town, to please make sure you take leadership and you show leadership, campaign safely, and you show respect for each other. Let us play a part in making sure that the 2021 local government elections is a free and fair election. We have seen the downside at the beginning of the election campaign already, Honourable Speaker, scenes we don't want to see. But we as leaders, we have to make reference to them. We have to address them for the public to hear and for all politicians in the city to note of. We have seen the killings of ward councillors and councillor candidates from this council. The latest this week, although not from this council, Tshwane Municipality or Tshwane Metro, a councillor shot 20 times, 20 bullets in the body. What for? About politics. We don't need that. I condemn these killings in the strongest terms possible. Speaker, this I can say to my party with my tongue in the cheek. I can't speak on behalf of any other political party, but should the Democratic Alliance succeed at the upcoming local government elections and with our track record, I have no doubt that our residents will continue to place their trust in us. The best-run city in South Africa, Cape Town, obviously, and as announced earlier this month, the best city in Africa according to the World Travel and Leisure Awards. What a dramatic accolade. Apart from that, we take the accolades for what it is worth. But I have to say, Speaker, politics is an ongoing issue in our lives. There is still a lot to be done. Still a lot of people without a house. A lot of people without a job, a lot of people still living in poverty. We need to acknowledge that at least. That is why our efforts need to ongoing to address these matters. But by taking hands together and by working together, Cape Town can continue to create the enabling environment for our residents and business sector to flourish and prosper for the benefit of all the categories of people I've mentioned. Finally, Speaker, on a lighter note, let us get this meeting behind us and let us get out of here as soon as possible so that we can all go and campaign and bat for our political parties. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, we have some questions, but you can respond from either. Okay. So, Councillor Gungi.
Speaker, my apologies. Before, may I please request that you send a notice in the WIPS group. Councillors in the banqueting hall are still complaining about sound, and there's no electrical plugs for them to assist
We're
them.
trying to deal with that now.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Speaker, sorry to interrupt you. ACDP would like to ask a question, please. Thank you.
Councillor Gungi.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, officials. And media. Speaker, my question to the mayor. The mayor spoke about the successful food relief in the city of Cape Town. But the mayor has not answered to us about the food relief of one of the councillors that was arrested, and the mayor was involved in that. So we need answers before the end of the term.
Can I cut you there? That has been dealt with. Thank you. Moving on. Councillor Zondani.
Thank you, Speaker. Morning, everybody. Speaker, let me go straight to say to the mayor, I had most of the things you said, but as ANC, we're touched by the one which says most trusted metro in South Africa. You made us as the ANC to think about the spaghetti western movie of 1966, led by Clint Eastwood, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the good we saw to you, Mayor, was that you were excellent in delivery of food. The question is coming, okay? English is my second language, I have to take corners first.
Councillor, you have a minute. Please move on.
And then the second one is the bad part is the endless sewage and the water running the streets. And the bad one is we're still waiting for the one law enforcement officer per ward as promised. We are also worried about the fact of disabled people that have been attacked by law enforcement officers of this city, and you were quiet. And the ugly part is to know that at last they really also proved to you that you were just an experiment and not really a mayor, because now you're out for...
Is that a question?
Yes.
Okay. The mayor, you don't have to respond to that. Councillor Dudley.
Have you forgotten about me, Speaker?
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, you touched on facilitating job opportunities in your speech. How do you foresee the DA administration overcoming the looming court action by unions, reacting to the city's stance on not facilitating the proposed salary increases for municipal workers? With the wasted expenditure caused by the city in dead-end court cases in the last financial year, surely this will not bode well for the city on the whole, if strike action is entered into by the city staff. Thank you, sir.
Can we move to Councillor Dwani? Councillor Dwani, in future, please don't interrupt.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning to everyone. Comrade Mayor, the lady you have referred to, who was banned and brutally murdered by her boyfriend, is Ms. J. Kim Pontsane, who was the official at the Department of Community Safety in the provincial legislature. She stays in Guguletu, NY 148. Had your LEAP program and the CCTV cameras that you've just mentioned here, had they been installed in our townships, her murderer would have been found by now. Sadly, those CCTV cameras have been installed in the affluent areas, your Hout Bay, protecting JP Smith there.
Councillors, please.
The 3 young girls who were shot and killed in Khayelitsha Side B on Monday night. Had you taken the advice of the EFF in our KDF meeting where you attended that, please remove the law enforcement trailer from the Cape Town CBD and you place it in Side B, because it is not needed there. Those are killers would have been found by now. I'm sad, Comrade Mayor, to say all of this LEAP program and this law enforcement have failed our people in the township, it's more like that failed and like useless pig person. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The last question is Councillor Marita Peterson. She's going to ask the question from the 5th floor. Do we have a connection?
Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Carry on, please.
Good morning, everybody. Speaker, question to the Mayor is with regards to the inner city and social housing developments. I'd like to know what housing projects are planned for the City of Cape Town. Thank you, Speaker.
Mayor, did you get that? It's around housing project. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To start with the last question posed by Councillor Marita, there's a number of social housing projects in the pipeline. Prestwich Street, Dillon Road, Salt River Market, talking about the Parow Voortrekker Road development, the Goodwood Voortrekker Road development, Maitland development, and a number of others. So, Honourable Speaker, that we are on track. It is just the lead time from starting to plan from going on site. And I think that's the problem. The lead period of time take up anything between 5 to 6, even 7 years. EIA studies take up to 2 years. If there's objections to the EIA studies, that study needs to stop and you need to start afresh, and it takes time, and it might take another year just to get the EIA issues out of the way. And unfortunately, it's out of our control. It is part of national legislation we need to adhere to as a responsible municipality. Speaker, that is the issue with regard to Councillor Marita Peterson's question, and I would love to see most of those projects to start with implementation as soon as possible. Our people need that. Councillor Dwani, I note your comment with regard to CCTV cameras, but I need to say to you, Khayelitsha, Nyanga, many of our Cape Flats and township areas do have CCTV cameras all over the show. A lot of them working. There might be 1 or 2 out all over, but the comment that there is only CCTV cameras in the affluent areas of the city is not correct. It's not true. Okay? Police making use of our CCTV camera footages. They are every day at the CCTV camera room down here in Cape Town and the one in Goodwood. I visit those CCTV rooms and SAPs sitting there. They pick up all the hijackings. They pick up whatever is happening, people throwing stones and that sort of thing. They identify the perpetrators and they hunt them down and they do arrest them. It is happening, I can assure you with that. The issue, and yes, that lady that was killed worked for community safety. I personally know her. During my 8-year period at Community Safety, I worked very closely with her. So it's heartbroken at such a young age that she had to lose her life in that brutal manner. And then with the 3 killed in Khayelitsha, just as horrific. 17 years old. Her life is lying ahead of her. She's now dead. We don't want things are like that to happen in a city. The 20-year-old and the 21-year-old as well, youngsters. I actually want to go as far as saying children could have been our children, and look what happened to them. And you are right, law enforcement, police, Metro Police needs to be all over the show. But couple that to GBV, Councillor. If an incident like that happening within the 4 walls of a room, of a house, how do you stop it? How must police know what's going to happen in the spur of a moment within the confinement of 4 walls? And that's what's happening here. There's no way police could have foreseen that is going to happen, unfortunately. How must SAPS know? a husband is going to smack his wife around in the house. It is happening. And everybody is shouting at SAPS. Where were SAPS when it happened? Difficult for SAPS to determine when things like that is going to happen. But we mustn't stop in our efforts to educate and to continue to talk and continue to educate. Councillor Dudley, the issue with regard to the salary increase, I think what we are trying to say, looking at the downturn in our economy, it's not Cape Town alone, it's the whole of the country, but not even the whole of the country, other countries as well. On Monday, I had meetings with some ambassadors from other countries. And it's amazing what they are saying, what their governments are trying to do to rejuvenate their economy. And their companies also closed down as a direct result of the coronavirus pandemic. And they're in the same boat like South Africa. The issue is just for us. While people receive a salary, they receive an income, and on top of the income, not caring about the pandemic, they want a top-up to their salary. And that is why we have said no increases on a carte blanche basis, not for politicians, not for the staff. At many companies even lower staff salaries to such an extent just to keep people, workforces afloat and that sort of thing. But we use taxpayers' money, hard-earned money. People can't pay their debt. They can't fulfill their financial commitments and that sort of thing. And our staff just shout and scream for higher salaries. We don't care a damn where they tap it from, out of blood and that sort of thing. So that is why this is the stance of the city of Cape Town. This administration, we saying, no, if those people want to take to the streets, let them take to the streets. Let's see if they will get the necessary support from the public out there. I doubted that very much. The public out there will say to them, what are you doing? Stop what you are doing, because you do receive a monthly salary anyway. And let me say, our salaries versus that of the private sector, City of Cape Town salaries, it is top-notch. Our salaries is quite high, higher than many other sectors out there. Our staff got not much to complain with regard to proper real salaries. And then, Councillor Zondani, I'm not going to answer much of your stuff. In my speech, I raised the issue with regard to sewage. We have a sewage problem all over the city, and we address them. We don't just have a sewage problem in Khayelitsha or in Brown's Farm and that sort of thing. We have it in Parow. Many a times I got called out to Parow. We have it from time to time in Kuilsrivier. I get called out to Kuilsrivier and that sort of. We have a problem with our underground infrastructure, with the in-streaming of people into Cape Town, the underground infrastructure with related issues, as I've mentioned, cannot take the amount of people. And that is why in my speech I said we invest billions of dollars. The question is, what are we doing about it? We invest money in it. That underground infrastructure needs to be properly maintained. That's number one. And we also need to replace them and put in much bigger piping to carry the load on the ground. And that is currently our clear focus as a government of the city of Cape Town. We acknowledge the problems. We are not, and you're right, Councillor, I respect your question and your remark. We are not running away from responsibilities. We admit there is a problem, yes. What are we doing about it? And I can say, yes, the budget, and yes, the implementation plan that is happening. It's happening for Khayelitsha, it is happening for Philippi East, and it's happening for Kuilsrivier, it's happening for Atlantis, it's happening for Elsies River, it's happening. The plan is happening across the city. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we now move to the applications for leave of absence? Madam Chief Whip.
Speaker, did you only allow 2 questions from the ANC?
Councillor, the rules of order say 5 questions of 1 minute each. I know that more of your councillors wanted to ask questions, but we limited it to 2 for you and 1 for the other parties. Thank you very much.
Can you at least indicate that so that we know that we have
Sorry, I will do in future. Thank you. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Speaker, the leave of absence for this morning are as follows. Councillors Raymond, Councillors Kuba, Councillor Kwacha, Councillor Nungumbalanga, Councillor Ndaleni, Councillor Haskin, Sutashi, Yozu, and Honono. Councillors on sick leave, Councillor Ras, Lunchode, Savant, and Peterson. Councillors leaving early today will be Councillor Patrick Ngu, late arrival Councillor Nora Grouse and Councillor Oscar Solomons. There's 4 more leave of absence. It's Councillor Mzobe, Councillor Langdua, Councillor Nangwa, Councillor Nkumza, and then Speaker, we also have a few councillors that on Skype link who is sick at home. That is Councillors Nikelo, Ursen, Dasa, Bason, Badela, Bew, Carstens, Chappell, and Councillor Fritz. Councillor Dambuza will also be joining late. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillors.
Speaker, I did
Councillor
not
Mos-
hear Koba. Maybe it's a pronunciation, but she must be added, please.
Councillor
Koba.
Korba. She did say, thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Dwani.
I've had Councillor Mdleleni as one of the councillors who are on apology. Councillor Mdleleni is at the banquet hall.
Thank you, Councillor Dwani. We have a registration. Councillors, as we all know, a lot of hard work has gone into this term of office since June 2016, and I have some stats which I'd like to share with you. Over the last term of office, Council has held 53 council meetings, 132 MACO meetings, 432 portfolio meetings, 1,423 sub-council meetings, and that excludes all other meetings and impact and task team meetings held over this period. So, councillors, I think we can agree that we have been working hard, and we come now to the end of this term of office. Sadly, we have lost 17 councillors in this term of office who have passed away. So I'm going to ask that we stand for a moment's silence in honor of those 17 colleagues. Thank you. Councillors, we've also lost other councillors who have moved on to other career paths, and we thank them for their contribution over the years to the city of Cape Town and the community. And then there's a proverb which says that the beauty of young men is in their strength, but the glory of old people is in their grey hair. And so on that note, I would like to mention with a special tribute to some of our colleagues who will not be returning in the next term of office due to voluntary retirement. Some of these councillors have been councillors for many years, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your hard work over this period and your dedication and service to the communities that you serve, but also for the citizens of Cape Town in general. Often our work goes unappreciated by those, particularly on social media, and we do especially want to thank you for your dedicated and thankless work over, and this is, I'm mentioning councillors over the last 15 years, okay? And we salute you for your efforts, and I'm going to read you out in order or in the list in terms of the years of service that you have served. And I'd like you just to, if you're here, stand up so we can acknowledge you. Councillor Ian Iverson, who served as a councillor for 37 years. Alderman Asa Abrams, who served for 25 years. Alderman Garen Kavanagh, who served for 25 years. Alderman Belinda Lindingwe, who is unfortunately in hospital but has served for 21 years. Alderman Rhoda Bezier, who served for more than 20 years. Councillor Luba Mkaleni, who served for 15 years. Councillor Mahadin Davids, who served for 14 years. Councillor Carol Bew, who's also off ill, served for 12 years. Councillor Barbara Russ, who served for 12 years. Councillor Leonora van der Walt, who served for 12 years. And Councillor Liz Burnett, who served for 10 years. Thank you all, each and every one of you. Councillors, when we reconvene in November, we will have lost 289 years' worth of experience. Finally, I would like to now hand over or move to the Speaker's Award for a Councillor of the Year. So the Speaker's Award is bestowed on a councillor who has exhibited a high standard of performance and service delivery excellence in terms of acceptable norms and standards. As we convene this council session for the last time in this term of office, I think it is important to reflect on the unprecedented challenges that this city has faced, as well as the many successes that we were able to achieve and celebrate under those circumstances. As we've already survived and moved on from day zero in this cycle, we are fast approaching 550 days of lockdown. And from the outset, none of us knew how extraordinary our effort would be required to carry out our daily business as usual, and as it turned out, our business as unusual. So it is within that context of continued extraordinary effort, compassion, unwavering focus on service delivery, despite the challenges, that I would like to bestow this award to a person who I am sure you will all agree exemplifies these traits and above all leads by example. Whilst there have been many other hardworking and very deserving councillors with many accolades and performance excellence, there has been one that I believe you will agree stands out head and shoulders above the rest. This year's award is proudly and humbly bestowed on our number one councillor, Alderman Dan Plato. Councillors, through his intervention and persistence, Alderman Plato managed to conclude a contribution to the city, the citizens of Cape Town, of 160 million rand from the German KWF Bank, which was towards humanitarian aid for the citizens of Cape Town during the COVID pandemic, when our people were starving. These funds contributed to, amongst other things, the provision of 9.7 million meals, partnering with 70 urban food gardens to ensure that food gardens stayed proactive and productive. 96 Wi-Fi hotspots were installed in Khayelitsha and Gugulethu to provide free Wi-Fi access to those communities. And the list just goes on and on and on. So Alderman Plato has undoubtedly led our humanitarian relief efforts, personally manning soup kitchens on occasion and handing out packages and care packages and food parcels, to name just a few examples, with his characteristic humility and willingness to listen, talk, and above all, care. He has been also known to fix a few potholes with me. All this while, he has arrived at the office before 6 a.m. on most days, and left after 6 p.m., with most weekends filled with community engagements. And it is worth noting that apart from his 5 days annual flu, Alderman Plater has not only performed to the highest standard, he has set the bar for all councillors. He has worked around the clock 7 days a week, 365 days a year, in an effort to bring service delivery to the citizens of Cape Town. To mention but a few, Alderman Plater came into his office as Executive Mayor at a very difficult period of turmoil for the citizens of Cape Town and for the city itself, and brought stability and calm to the council and amongst the people in Cape Town. This is also Alderman Plater's last formal council meeting as Executive Mayor of the city, and although his work will continue until the new council is proclaimed by the IEC, I wish to take this opportunity and ask you to join me in celebrating and thanking him for his efforts. Councillor Plater. Yeah, because I've missed. Thank you. Councillors, this is the last meeting for the term. Council goes into recess from 5 o'clock tomorrow, the 30th of September. There is a report on the agenda today which requires council adoption of the recess period. And during this recess period, the Executive Mayor exercises the power of council in consultation with the City Manager in terms of Part 110, Section 5 of the delegations. The sub-council managers, in consultation with the sub-council chairs and ward councillors, also have recess powers in terms of delegation Part 24, 13, Section 1. Councillors, I will give you each party an opportunity towards the end of the meeting to address the council. The meeting today has approximately 5 hours left of speaking time without the mayoral address that we've already dealt with, and I therefore request your cooperation in addressing the meeting. So, Acting City Manager, that brings us to notices, urgent matters. Are there any urgent matters?
Morning, Speaker, Councillors. There are no urgent matters. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the confirmation of the minutes. I just want to point out that we have councillors present, 37 ANC, 135 DA, 2 ACDP, 2 Al Jamar, 1 CMC, 1 COPE, 1 DI, 1 Freedom Front Plus, 5 EFF, and together we have 185 councillors, 40 absent. There are 84 in the banqueting hall and 101 in the chamber. So if we can, we will use those numbers in terms of the votes as directed. Thank you. There's one set of minutes for the confirmation of the council meeting, which was on the 19th of August.
Sorry, Speaker. There's 6 EFF councillors, 6.
Well, one isn't registered, so perhaps someone needs to resolve that. Please don't interject, Councillor. There's processes. Okay, can we move then on to the minutes of the meeting, which start on page 6. We're going to take them pages 6 to 10, pages 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. Can we sign off the minutes, please? Agreed. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the remainder of the agenda, the whips have agreed on the following items. Items 4, 5, 14, 15, and 17. And please note that items number 14, 15, and 17 are related to bylaws and therefore have unanimously been agreed by Council. Volume 2C, they've agreed to items 17J, 17N, 17O, and 17P. In Volume 2E, they've agreed to item 17QQ. In Volume 3A, we've agreed to items 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, and 26. On Volume 3B, items agreed are items 26C, 26D, 26E, 26F, 26G, 26H, 26I, and 26J. On Volume 4A, we've agreed to items 33 to item 40 being noted. On Volume 4B, we've agreed items 41 to item 60, which are noted. All right, thank you. So we now move to the remainder of the agenda, commencing with Volume 2 and item 6. The recommendations appear on page 94. And can I ask Councillor Kumiki to address the meeting?
Speaker, items 14, 15, and 17, we were told that there's going to be amendments. Hence, we feel that speakers, I just want clarity from the Chief Whip, what is going to happen, because I also saw speakers now on the speakers list.
Correct, that is to deal with the amendment. So we will, if necessary, you can indicate to me if you want to speak to those items, because the amendment should be circulated to you before then.
Okay, because I thought you indicated that it's an I-grade item.
No, we'll deal with that.
Can I get clarity from the Chief Whip?
The proposer of that amendment needs to share that amendment so that they, if they want to speak to it after that, they can indicate.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Kumeki.
The issue of item that we are referring to, it's an item that Councillor Yosi was supposed to speak to. As a councillor of the ward, he is happy about the recommendations and the process of the item. So therefore, ANC agrees with the item. Thank you.
ANC agrees with the item. Thank you very much. Councillor Kempthorne.
I'm not going to say my speech. Thank you very much to the ANC to agree to this item, and thank you very much for improving the lives of the people. I think this is a good item, and the people on the land, proper planning is in place, so I move the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we all agree to the item as per the list? Thank you. Item 7, this is a recommendation on page 108. Councillor Majingo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We agree with the item, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor McMahon.
Madam Speaker, I am going to read my short speech. Madam Speaker, the item before us, before this council, is the approval of the proposed closure of a public road situated at Douglas Street, Woodstock, and abutting 5 important urban, as listed in the documents. The public road portion, Madam Speaker, complements the 5 other urban to form what is known as the Dillon Lane Social Housing Project, and is one of 9 inner-city social housing projects being undertaken by this DA-led City Council. The others, Madam Speaker, planned in the inner city are Pine Road, Salt River Market, New Market Street, Woodstock Hospital site, Pickwick, James Street, land near Fruit and Veg City, and land near the old Al Nur site in Woodstock. Madam Speaker, the decision by Council today is to release this last piece of land to progress the Dillon Lane social housing project and runs hand in hand with the land use process which was approved in June of this year. Cape Town needs social housing. It is not right, Madam Speaker, that vast tracts of land are being kept by the ANC government's Minister of Public Works, kept for political reasons, kept from release, kept like the old story of not letting go of the pumpkin seeds. With these tracts of lands, the city would have the ability to build many homes, to offer stability to many families, and to complete the ever-present human endeavor of being a homeowner in one's lifetime. Speaker, we see daily in the run-up to the elections that the knights and queens are preventing the pawns from accessing the castles. But this isn't a chess game, Madam Speaker. These are real issues, these are real people with real families wanting real homes. People like Mrs. Karim, who has been running a community feeding project in Chapel Street, Woodstock, and due to a lack of housing opportunities in the inner city, must move out to the fringes of this great city. With these projects, I hope to welcome Mrs. Karim back to Woodstock as a social activist again soon. The DA-led council says stop playing games and release the land for houses. The 58,000 square meter Acacia Park and surrounding lands would be well suited to these homes. And I call on all parties, specifically the EFF, to join us in our quest to address social and affordable housing to all those in need. And to the ANC to stop politicking and start digging the foundations for these homes. And this, Speaker, is what we're doing here today with this item, to progress the city social housing projects. Madam Speaker, this is what we are here to do. We call on this council to release this land as the final step to this Dillon Place social housing project. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I stand by this, my party stands by this, and I urge council and all other parties to stand by this in granting housing with dignity to the people of Cape Town. I urge this full council to be on the right side of history today on International World Heart Day and approve this item, and therefore, Madam Speaker, with a full heart and heavy intent, I move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we then move that recommendation as per the count? Thank you very much. The next item, item 8, the recommendations appear on page 118 and 119, the review of an amendment of council resolution. Councillor Pimpy. Is Councillor Pimpy here? Okay. Councillor, can you speak up?
Good morning, Speaker and the councillors. Yes, we agree with the item. Thanks.
So you're moving the item. Thank you very much. Councillor Neti.
Yeah, somlomo mandibulise nosodolophu namalungu alenhlanganiso.
Councillor Neti, speak up.
Mandibulise somlomo usodolophu amalungu enhlanganiso yokugqibela yesisigaba sale minyaka emihlanu yolawulo ndithi molweni. Nombandela wokunikezela kweziza zikulommandla waseKhayelitsha nesiwazi njengomnye wemimandla enezinga eliphezulu lentswelangqesho savumelana ngokungaphikisaniyo noceba walandawo umnumzana uPhimbi. Kwaye ke futhi ke ngomnye woceba abayaziyo into kokuba intswelangqesho iyalwelwa ukuze abantu bade bahlukane nayo. Umsebenzi wakhe ke ubuncomeka kakhulu ngexesha besiphaya kuba landawo besinethemba loba izawuvelisa amathuba ezoshishino khona ukuze abantu bafumane imisebenzi lingekhoyo. Ngelishwa ke kukho abantu babizwa uba bangozungula ivoti nabaququzelela ukufaka amatyotyombe ukuze ungabikho phuhliso kulandawo elidingekayo kuyo. Andinakuyeka ndingatshongo ukuba olu phuhliso beliza kunceda abantu bakuthi baqashwe kufutshane lichabalele kuba abantu befuna ukuwisa ulawulo olululo lwesi sixeko. Ngelishwa ke somlomo asibobuchule ukuhlawula imali ezalayo kwangenye imali ezalayo. Kuba mhla beselulawuleni uba baya kuze babe kulo bakufika lamatyotyombe bawafaka kula mhlaba esemile esephaya uphuhliso lusafuneka nemisebenzi isafuneka. Into engase ndiyithethe ke iselwa alibhokoqwa abafana bakuthi. Somlomo ndiyaphakamisa ukuba ngenxa yezizathu zingentla ukuba lo mhlaba wohlulwe xa unikezelwa njengesicendwana ezibini unikezelwe ku-Kick-Off Properties Pty Ltd. Enkosi.
Okay, can the interpreter please give us that interpretation? Thank you.
It was much better if the speaker speaks in chunks so that one is able to do a simultaneous interpretation. Now he's speaking very fast to the extent that one is unable to listen properly what is being said.
Can you just give us the bottom line? Is he supporting the item?
He does support, and says that it should be decided into two entities, that is, one of which is the PTY and another one. Basically, she does agree.
As per the recommendation. Correct. Thank you very much, councillors. Do we all agree then? Thank you. We'll take it with the numbers as we have on the list. Moving on then to item 9, which is the Athlone Power Station item. Councillor Gungi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on this item, we agree as the ANC, but we want to state that it cannot take so many years to do feasibility study and decommissioning of the Athlone substation. It cannot take, because this is a wasteful expenditure. Because you have given to Eureka and you have given to 3 companies as the city to do that study and decommissioning study. And it is clear to us as the ANC that there's someone who's benefiting for taking too long to be able to find the real issue. Why? What should you do as the city in that land of the substation? So that process, to us as the ANC, that process must be speeded up so that you don't waste a lot of money. Thanks, Speaker. We agree on the item.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews.
Sorry, Speaker, I was just slightly distracted on that item there. Speaker, just to confirm, which item are we now on?
Item 9, Councillor, are you moving adoption of the report?
Item 9?
Yes, the Athlone Power Station.
Yes, I do blame Councillor Jansen for that. Speaker, this item before us, there's been a massive consultative process to ensure that we package this item in a manner that is feasible. And this item before us seeks to decommission this as a UCI project, Urban Catalytic Investments, and now ask that our Energy and Climate Change Department further pursues this to ensure that they look at options that will further assist us with our renewable offering in future. This is particularly important, Speaker, because as we know currently, our economic growth strategy, and today on our agenda as well, the inclusive economic growth strategy seeks to look at options that are feasible and sustainable as well. And so our renewables is a very core basis of that offering as well. And so this is here before us, and we support the recommendation B specifically, that empowers them to pursue options going forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So we're all in favour?
Speaker.
Agree. Councillor Kasim?
I have 5 minutes on this topic, Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Kasim, I completely overlooked that. Carry on.
Speaker, with the deprioritization of the 36-hectare Athlone Power Station from the city's TOD Catalytic Projects program, vigorous action is now needed to develop the site for the generation and storage of electricity by embracing the use of new technologies. It was in 2008 that the city first issued a tender to appoint a multidisciplinary team to prepare a high-level pre-feasibility assessment and to offer redevelopment scenarios for the site. The findings were released for the public to engage with. In 2016, the matter was once again put out to the public for further interaction. Unfortunately, two things happened. Years of court applications and counter-applications to reverse the city's award of a contract to Oricon SA ensued. In 2018, the legal fight ended at the Constitutional Court. The Apex Court dismissed the City Council's application for leave to appeal the Supreme Court of Appeal decision in favor of Oricon in 2017. The contested contract therefore stood. The DA administration has been squandering millions in futile litigation over the last decade. In the same period, it has seen its grants from the national government declining as a result of the national government's dire fiscal woes. Patricia DeLille must also shoulder a large part of the blame because the legal contestation with Oricon took place while she was the mayor. With a lot of the funding from the national government gone and millions lost in court cases, the city was forced to rationalize. The Athlone project was dropped in favor of rolling out the Belleville CBD and Philippi East catalytic projects. The city's Energy and Climate Change Directorate is very keen to repurpose the site for alternative energy generation, battery development, and the attainment of carbon neutrality targets. With the climate emergency causing havoc around the world and electricity tariffs shooting through the roof, a major energy crisis has developed. Most people can't afford the cost of electricity. Something has to give and give very quickly. After COP26 in Glasgow, just a few weeks from now, the new administration will be facing even further challenges because of the accelerated demand for faster and bigger emission reductions. Both the Energy and Climate Directorate and the Spatial Planning Environment Directorate should, in my view, be mandated to proceed for the planning for the Athlone site so that the new administration can hit the ground running and thereby ameliorate the hardships of all electricity users in the city. The officials must begin to dust the pre-feasibility studies and get a move on with the decommissioning work so that the stage is ready for a heritage impact assessment and the environmental impact assessment processes can begin. The decontamination of the site is indeed a big hurdle to overcome. The Athlone site has great potential on its own. However, integrating it with the surrounding utility infrastructure will allow for a new industrial complex to arise there. That will be groundbreaking and we should support that move. If I should get elected, COPE will exert enormous and sustained pressure for the site to be made into a giant industrial energy hub in the interest of all stakeholders. If any portion of it can be safely used for housing purposes, that will be a bonus. The site can no longer be left sterile. It is too large and too well situated to be left undeveloped. The city needs to get a move on with it to create thousands of well-paid jobs, reduce the price of electricity for city dwellers, and prepare the ground for the coming of electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. So you're two in support of the item?
Agreed.
Then we move adoption of the item. Thank you very much. Can we move on to item 10? The recommendations are on page 204. It's a variant of funds. I have Councillor Nonkizana. Councillor Haynes, you're going to, he's in the hall. Okay, Councillor, you may start speaking.
Enkosi Somlomo. Okokuqala masithi siyavumelana nesisiphakamiso. Sidlule siphakamise into ethi nangona sivumelana nesiphakamiso fanele sikhumbule into bana aba bantu sithi sobazamela imali bana balime abanamhlaba. Bahlala kwiziqwengana zomhlaba ezilokishini ezingakwaziyo into bana zibavumela into bana balime.
Councillor, we just need to give the interpreter an opportunity to speak in between your sentences, so if you can just give us a break every now and then. Interpreter?
Thank you. Let's bear in mind that the people whom are giving land don't have land. As a result, they cannot plant what they need to plant. So we have to take cognizance of that fact.
Carry on.
Ngoko ke somlomo sithi oqhina kaqhonono aba banomhlaba omkhulu. Na njengokuba uformer mayor udelile bekwavele sithi ninomhlaba omkhulu eniwufihlileyo fanele baniwukhuphe khona ukuze aba bantu sizamele into yobana balime babe nendawo zokulima.
Those people who've got bigger plots need to consider the other people who need to plant, and therefore they need to give them some opportunities to be able to plant. For example, Councillor DeLille had mentioned the fact that people who have got big plots of land need to consider those who don't have land.
In fact, Chair, I'm saying the former mayor was saying the city has the land. So those lands, those pieces of land should be given to the people so that they can grow their own crops so that they can feed themselves. So andizamulungisa lengcaciso yenziwa sisithethi phambi kwami into yobana umhlaba ngowesixeko losithetha ngawo oma unikwa abantu bakwazi ukuzilimela.
Those people who are able to plant for themselves should be given that opportunity to plant, to do it on their own. In other words, they should have land in which to do the planting.
Xa sishwankathela somlomo siyavumelana nombono mhle ungasebenza kodwa kakhulu xa abantu benomhlaba. Inkosi.
In summary, we fully agree with you, but that can only happen when people are afforded land to do agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jafta.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was listening to the councillor and I thought, hey, what item is he talking about? But I see here on page 206, yes, we do mention about food gardens. So he concentrated mostly on the land and the food gardens. But this item, if you read it correctly, is to move funds from the one cost element to the other element. And that's basically what it is. And then the work will start. So, Madam Speaker, if I look at the report, normally I look where the legal people got involved, and on page 209, it was signed by the legal department, so we are in good hands. So I support this item, and I say thank you very much.
Thank you. Everybody support the item? Can we move it? Thank you very much. Then moving on, item 11, the recommendations on page 210, the awarding of a contract with financial obligations over the budget cycle. Can we have Councillor Musani?
Enkosi Somlomo. Esi sicelo siphambi kwethu mandiqale ngelithi siyavumelana naso ngoba siyimpendulo ikakhulu kubantu bakuthi abahlele ebugxwayibeni belindle elijikeleza indawo yonke kwindawo esihleli kuzo ingakumbi okhaya elitsha gugu lethu langa.
In short, we're saying thank you, Chairperson. We fully agree with what is in hand, especially for those people who are in our areas like Gugletu, people who've been sitting in sewerage for quite a long time. I'm talking about people who are in Gugletu, Kailicha, and other areas.
Ethembeni lokokuba kuyo yonke ke lento na njengoko izawuthatha iminyaka emithathu izawuthi isincedise ngakumbi kwimicimbi edibanisa nengqesho kubi kakhulu kwindawo esikuzo kwenza ixhala somlomo nakwezi campaign xa udlula phambi kwendlu yomntu kugcwele ilindle ngalomazwi singumbutho wesizwe sithi wuntshu sibamba ngazo zozibini ethembeni lentsebenziswano. Enkosi Somlomo.
we say very thank you, Speaker, for this, in the sense that, given the fact that this is going to take other 3 years, this gives us hope, in the sense that it breaks one's heart when one passes one's home, seeing sewerage flowing down the road. In short, we're saying, we thank you, we hope this will be a fruitful exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kasim.
Speaker, we are being asked to approve multi-year tenders for the provision of multidisciplinary professional services for the Water and Sanitation Department. The hoary sweetener is that the City of Cape Town will secure a significant financial economic benefit, if only this were true. Over a 60-month period, an estimated amount of R500 million will be spent to achieve water resilience, refurbish aging water and sanitation infrastructure, and expand reticulation and sanitation infrastructure. The Friends of Zikofle and Rondafle can't wait to see the stoppage of sewage flows into these flays. The struggles over the camp space sewage outfall are the focus of a dissertation by Melissa Zakon. The sewage spills into the Diza River and the Deep River have also been deeply upsetting to many people. However, the people living in Joslovo, Dunoon and Khayelitsha, amongst other places, as my colleague from the ANC pointed out, experience sewage spilling into the streets on a daily basis. The situation in many places in Cape Town is really untenable and unendurable. Attending to these problems is long overdue. Hopefully, no contract hiccups will occur, leading to court challenges and delays. Speaker, I'm very fortunate to live in a modern development in Milnerton that is only 15 years old. Yet I see the city's water truck in our complex on a fairly regular basis. People in the know tell me that developers got away with murder by installing inferior piping and being shoddy in their installation of the pipes. Councillors who return must ensure that they get a report of the work done by the multidisciplinary contractors on inherent faults that were picked up in the course of rehabilitation. We need to learn from the mistakes of the past so that scarce money is not frittered away on endless repairs. The Deputy Mayor knows too well that there is zero tolerance from the public regarding excessive increases in tariffs. Outsourcing is now a norm in government services. What is the role of city officials and city employees? Is there going to be any skills transfers whatsoever? If COPE had been managing that directorate, it would have insisted on skills transfer from the awarding of a major contract of this nature. We can't remain so deficient in skills that we have to create contracts to get refurbishing done. This should be in-house and ongoing. As COPE, we would also have started to implement dual piping so that high-quality water is used only for drinking and cooking, not bathing and flushing the toilets. Let's wish for the best because the city needs it desperately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The City of Cape Town managed the drought that we experienced with such success that we've been asked the world over to share how we managed to achieve the results that we did. We have, however, not left our efforts behind with the drought. Being the well-run city that we are, we learned from our experiences and have put extra focus on our water strategy and our new water program. The aim of the new water program is to ensure that we have more water sources and do not solely rely on precipitation filling the dams. We want to know that we are ready when the next drought comes and that we will have sufficient water for the residents in our city. By utilizing groundwater abstraction, desalination and water reuse, we want to be able to produce over 300 million litres of water per day by the year 2030. Ensuring that we have plans in place now for future climate change challenges is key to ensure that the city can continue to run uninterrupted with little inconvenience to our residents and businesses whilst still remaining sustainable and water-wise. This incredible program will see the city utilizing the water reuse to produce drinking quality water from wastewater, desalination, which has already proved successful, and abstraction of groundwater with a water recharge component. We are also clearing invasive alien vegetation in order to minimize the loss of water in catchment areas. Along with all the innovation I just mentioned above, it is imperative that we also focus on ensuring that our bulk infrastructure is upgraded, replaced, and maintained. Our city is so well run that we're experiencing an enormous influx of new residents on a daily basis. This therefore necessitates the expansion and the improvement of our current systems to ensure that we can keep providing the necessary services to all residents. The Water and Sanitation Department therefore took a decision to enter into 60-month contracts with successful tenderers to ensure that the city achieves what it has set out to and to deliver what we have promised. These multidisciplinary professional services will ensure that the city will experience significant financial benefits in years to come due to the reduction in reactive maintenance costs, the prolonged life of critical infrastructure, and of course the fact that we will have alternative sources of water supply. The BAC has approved the term tender 194C subject to the conclusion of the appeals process, a Section 33 process, and council approval, which is where we are today. All the requirements have been complied with. During the Section 33 process, there were no responses from the community nor National Treasury. Provincial Treasury had no objections so long as the city ensures adherence to the MFMA requirements, which the city has done. National Cooperative Governance had similar comments to National Treasury, both of which are attached as annexures to the item. The total cost of these professional services across the contract period is 422,334,086 rand, including the estimated contract price adjustment and exclusive of that. Financial planning has been thorough to ensure that the budget is available and not reserved by other projects. Should any of the grant funding be adjusted downwards, the scope of this project will be amended to suit the available budget. In light of the incredibly sound financial planning that has gone into these contracts, the positive impact that the contracts will have on our city's sustainability, and the savings that we will realize for reasons mentioned above, and the water security, of course, that we will be assured of, I hereby move the recommendations that can be found on page 210 of the council agenda.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we move adoption?
Adopt.
Agreed. All right. Moving on to item 12, the recommendations are on page 267. Also another contract beyond our, beyond the term of office of the financial obligations. Councillor Sakati? You may start, Councillor.
Enkosi Somlomo ndibulise kwi-council yonke no-councillor and ndiyithethe into yobana ngale nyanga yamagugu mhlawumbi nam ndifilish into yobana makhe ndithethe isiXhosa sonyawuza mhlawumbi ndingavakala. Mhlali ngaphambili le item ilapha phambi kwethu yitenda u-492 2020-2021 which is a term tender ezawuthi iqinisekise into yokubana kuleyishwa i-new water mains and fire hydrants and valves. Uyabona ke ingxaki yethu is that sine tendency yokucinga into yokubana administration kamasipala lies with politicians, but ayikho njalo. As a result singu-ANC siyayivuyela into yokubana ikhona inidi yokubana isiqinisekise into yokubana kukhona i-continuity, but lo continuity siyenza njani sizi-councillors?
Thank you. Let the interpreter catch up with you, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We realize that this is tender 492, and there's a tendency of thinking that the tenders lie with politicians, which is we have got that problem, which is not the case. I am glad that this has continuity.
Continuity in the sense that Tina as politician duty to do oversight, but administration might kubeke inikezela service delivery bandwe. However, chairperson ndifuna nje uyicacisa into yokubana sinazo indawana nje ezincinci esikhwina kuzo with regard to le tender izaba phambi kwethu namhlanje. Okokuqala lixesha eli izangalo, which is but a few weeks before kube kanti kuphela iterm. Ibe into ebesiyazi for iminyaka lena. And secondly, the quality of the service that has been rendered by the companies that have actually been appointed here. You know, it tells us into Kobana, this administration is zama ukubind the incoming administration for the next 5 years by giving imisebenzi kubantu who have failed in several times. I'll make one.
Thank you. Just hang on a second. Interpreter.
Yes, this tender comes within 2 weeks before the end of the term, and what is interesting here is that there is binding, and we are aware of the fact that politicians have an oversight, whereas the administration has to do the work.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Let me just try and perhaps and speak in English. Chairperson, I'm saying that the current term tender amounts to about 95 million rand to be spent over a period of 60 months, which is 5 years. Then my assertion is that if we are then agreeing to that, it therefore means that we are binding the upcoming administration with regard to the administering of that particular tender. But however, Chairperson, there are also issues that need to be considered, particularly in terms of the Section 33 of the MFMA, of which certain departments had to be conducted so that they give a consent but also acknowledge this particular tender. I just want to go quickly to one of the companies that have actually been appointed here, which is the Quittel Trading 11cc. I know that company has been operating in the city for more than 10 years, but I can tell you now, in terms of what is required, in terms of its own response, when it comes to making sure that these water leaks and everything else is being attended to, it leaves a much to be desired. And I'm quite surprised that this very same company is part of this particular tender. As we speak, abantu komaKhayelitsha, komanyanga, komaGugulethu, even kwalanga apho ndihlala khona, eBrinton there are about 8 houses ezidade emrhudweni. Abantu basherisha ikaka nezinja ngenxa yentoni, ngenxa ye-municipality engathini engazihoyiyo ezo zinto ezo. So if this thing is not going to address those particular issues, I don't think that the ANC would be entirely agreement with regard to that. But lastly, Chairperson, with the comments that we received from both the national and provincial treasury and the local government department, there is a view that says that this term tender can be done within a period of 3 years. That can then actually be reviewed, other than having a 60-month period that is going to be binding the incoming administration. I know ETA Indobana is not confident enough that is actually coming back. They are not coming back as the leaders of this administration. I'm sure a better coalition is going to lead this government, in fact, led by the ANC. As we said when we came here, as far back as 2011, that as an ANC, we are not only coming as an opposition to this municipality, but we are coming back here as government in waiting. We are waiting, and that wait and that
Thank
waiting
you, Councillor.
is long over. The ANC is going to be leading. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Councillor Isaacs. Councillors, I know it's funny, but can we please just pay attention? Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right. Am I audible? Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker.
Is Councillor Isaacs in the banqueting hall?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Speaker.
All
Can
right,
you hear me?
please speak up.
All right, thank you. Madam Speaker, it's time for a new way of thinking about water. It's time to start seeing water as a finite resource. There are no wastewater, only wasted water. We are only custodians of water, and the city is the driver of change. Our goal is to make Cape Town a world-class city for our citizens. Water is the key to growth. We must secure our water future to get us there. It's time for a new approach, one that takes water management into a next generation and ensures that keeps flowing in the future for generations to come. We must make decisions to have the community in mind. Everything the city does must help every citizen, especially the most vulnerable. Together we can reduce wastage and lessen the burden on this natural resource. Together we can treat water as one resource with many resources that needs to be secure at all stages. Together we can give water second life and water the prosperity. Together we can make Cape Town a world-class city that leads the way in its approach to water technology and the prosperity of citizens and the planet. Madam Speaker, with brilliant DA leadership that gets things done in a Cape Town that works, and we can still do more. We have overcome a severe 3-year drought from 2015 to 2017. We managed to get through it and avoid day zero successfully. In our plan to make Cape Town water resilient, it is important to invest in the upgrade of our infrastructure. The item before us is self-explanatory, and the people of Cape Town agreed by not objecting. The Honourable Mayor alluded to the budget allocated and the city of Cape Town's new water strategy, that our residents will always have water. Speaker, I move that Council support the recommendation on page 267. I thank you.
Thank you. So we're all in agreement? Thank you very much. The item is moved. Can we move then on to item 13 with the recommendation on page 1215 to 1216? Councillor Cotti?
Hello, Speaker. I'm here.
Carry on. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, on this item 13, the ANC once again do not agree with this particular item. We did not agree on it in August 2018, in August 2019, and also in May 2020, and also in the beginning of this year on the 28th of January 2021. Mainly because that this particular item does not again serve the people that is currently under housing waiting list. And already the city of Cape Town has a waiting list of more than 400,000. Speaker, on the issue of this particular urban, which is in Wood Street, Belleville, we received an unsolicited bid from Goeie Hoop Behuisingsmaatskappy, which was established in 1944. Now, if you take 1944, that was still in the old apartheid years. Now, it is clear that that particular urban is being given to the DA cronies in Belleville area. This particular project was identified in August 2018 as a social housing development. And now what the city is now doing is that they're giving it to an old age retirement village which is next door to the site. And that retirement village is going to put up affluent, world-class facility for, again, privileged white constituencies in Belleville. So again, our people, which is RDP, BNG, and social housing, will not again benefit out of this particular project. So we're not supporting this thing. And I want to refer to the councillor that spoke on the Woodstock project. And I want to ask him to come to Bella, where the city launched the housing project, the Pentec housing project 6 years ago. And the mayor then, Mayor Patricia de Lille, promised people that they will be in houses by Christmas that year. It's Christmas again, and those people are still without houses. The city is unable to build 340 units.
Councillors, please
Net 340
respect
units.
the speaker.
Die city kan nie
That speaker.
340 huise bou nie. Ons sit nog steeds daarso op 'n stuk wit sand daarso, en Councillor Jafta weet wat die storie is daarso. The city promised that we're gonna build houses, the remaining 115 houses, starting with the new financial year on the 1st of July. It's almost the 1st of October, 3 months down the line. Daar is nog niks daarso nie. But hier, en hierso in Belleville, wil ons vir bevoorregde mense nog steeds bevoorreg maak en bevoorreg hou, en wit suburbs wit hou. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor van der Merwe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think it's now clear to all of us in the Council why De Lille and the ANC are in bed together. Now, they both pretend to be promoting centrally located affordable social housing, but in reality, when an item of this nature appears on the Council agenda, which intends to support the most vulnerable in our communities, being the aged, they resist and speak out against the item, not once, not twice, but at their own admission 5 times. If we see anything emerging in the press tomorrow from today's meeting, may it be this: the ANC does not support centrally located social housing developments for the most vulnerable in our city in Cape Town. The item before us serves to review and amend the Council final approved decision C13-0121 dated 28 January 2021 for the transfer of city-owned land, Irvin 6291, and a portion of remainder 6139 Belleville, located at Noord Street, Chrismar, in extent approximately 9,427 square meters to the Goeie Hoop Behuisingsmaatskappy, who are part of Bedisa, for retirement village purposes, specifically by including and or mentioning Earth 6291 Belleville in the recommendations. Today, we aim to rectify the recommendations to realise that council decision. The transfer of the land will relieve council of the maintenance burden. A market-related income will be received. The vacant land will be developed to its highest and best possible potential. The transfer will unlock the development potential of the unused city land as it facilitates consolidation with the abutting property and the development thereof. And this will serve to offer better utilisation of the city land in addressing the social needs of the community. The proposed development of retirement village will have significant positive impact on the socio-economic sustainability of the area. It will provide much needed appropriate residential opportunities for the aged in an area where a dire need for such facilities exists and have been expressed for a number of years. The transfer of land to the applicant will enable better utilisation of city land and ensure land use intensification in line with the transit-oriented development comprehensive land use of the City of Cape Town. The property is vacant and is not required for the provision of a minimum level of basic municipal services. As mentioned, council final approval for the transfer of the subject property was granted on 28 January 2021 by item C130121. However, while the body of the council final approval report rightly mentions and describes the property asset to be transferred as Earth 6291 and a portion of remainder Earth 6139 Belleville, located at Noord Street, Chrismore, Belleville, in extent of 9,427 square metres, there was an omission of mentioning Earth 6291 Belleville in the recommendations to the report. Further, a reassessed valuation was obtained where the deemed market value is now 7.550 million, previously only 6.8 million. So as part of concluding the sale agreement terms, the city successfully negotiated with the purchaser to accept the recent reassessed value of 7.550 million and to meet the development costs, which are estimated to be around 2 million rand. Due to the need to review and amend the previous resolution, the conveyancing process has been brought to a halt. It is therefore considered fair and prudent that the city offers the purchase of the property at the locked value of 7.550 million for a year, within which a council decision will be obtained and the conveyancing transfer process completed. Accordingly, it's recommended that the escalation date be deferred to commence as from 1 April 2022 and be subject to the review in event that the transaction is not effected by 31 March 2023. So the proposed retirement village development will have massive socio-economic benefits to the city and would certainly stimulate and bolster economic growth and development. Thus, the city would have leveraged its immovable property to shape and lead development, meeting socio-economic objectives in the urban land market. We therefore support the recommendations stipulated on page 1215 and 1216 of the report, and I thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, the ANC has indicated they're not supporting the item. Is there any other party not supporting the item?
Please note the EFF.
The EFF are not supporting the item. Then we can move the recommendation as per the numbers that we have. And I want to give you an update on the numbers. We have 38 ANC, 136 DA, 2 ACDP, 2 Al-Jamar, 1 CMC, 1 COPE, 1 DI, 1 Freedom Front Plus, 6 EFF, and the grand total of 188 councillors in the meeting. Thank you. So with that numbers, we'll move the adoption of that item. Can we move on then to item, so is item 16? No, we've still got item 14. Item 14, we've got Councillor Abrams. Are we agreeing to that item?
No, we're not.
Yeah, okay.
I'm ready to speak.
All right, carry on, thank you.
Okay. Speaker, the item before us is with regards to the draft amendment to street, public places and the prevention of noise nuisance bylaw. I want to start by saying to be poor in the city of Cape Town is becoming a crime. And I want to say that each and every councillor that's going to vote for this bylaw must be criminally charged. This bylaw in front of us is brutally, it's criminally, it's really an attack on our human rights. Given that a wide variety of 17 different civil society and faith-based organizations, as well as homeless people, came together to object to the draft amendment to the street bylaws on the basis that it infringes constitutional rights of people living on the street, should be not considering or change the bylaw, but rather not passing it at all. What do you say to civil society? Civil society submission statement that the draft amendment would cement the lasting effects of the colonial and apartheid vagrancy of past laws that functions to socially control the black and poor population and to regulate their presence in urban areas. Is it not our constitutional mandate to undo, not to reinforce the legacy of discrimination? I want to also say that the slogan of the DA Council is safer communities. But where is the safer communities? Only in the affluent areas. And that is why we have this draft amendment being pushed today. And we know that you will use your majority to push it through. But we promise you after the 2nd of November, we will...
Councillors, please.
And we'll change this. The draft amendment in the streets bylaw essentially makes it a crime to sleep, camp, rest, beg, lay down, or keep any possessions, sit or even stand in a public place. But there are basic things that all humans have to do every day. And then homeless people have no choice but to do this in public by virtue of them not having a private home like all of you have. How can we as a city make it a crime to essentially be homeless when there's over 5 times the amount of homeless people that there's a shelter in beds in Cape Town? So all of you councillors that's going to vote for the amendment, you must be criminally charged.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nkavash.
Thank you, Speaker. I must mention that the...
Councillors, can you please just keep down the heckling?
I'm puzzled by having 2 ANCs on this matter, Speaker, because the portfolio committee members that we have of the African National Congress agreed with this item. And we have workshopped this item, we have deliberated on it, we had meetings, and up until we approved it as a portfolio committee, there was unanimous agreement. Councillor Fiona just spoke, is from a finance portfolio committee. She has no clue about this. And the notion that she will criminally charge, there is a guy next to the entrance. It's a sponsored speech, Speaker. There's a guy standing now at Civic Center when we entered for this meeting who was carrying that placard. So I'm sorry, I feel sorry for her. It's cheap politicking. She grabbed that placard now, she's reading. It was written now this morning. Because the ANC that we have as a portfolio committee in confidence agrees with this. It's on record, it's on minutes. So Speaker, this bylaw relates to the streets and public places and prevention of nuisance is in existence since 2007. And aligns with similar pieces of legislation to other metropolitan municipalities around the country. It is not unique here. And the city is the only municipality that caters and looks after homeless people with our safe space that we have existing and with the budgets that we have to expand that program, with social interventions that we have, distribution of medications, safeguarding and keeping their clothes of the homeless people. So she's speaking nonsense, this councillor, to put it straight. The amendments of this bylaw focus on enforcement of provision of legislation, Speaker, and explicitly set out the powers of cities' authorized officials, while also providing measures to prevent abuse of those powers. So there is safeguard here. There is provisions that are passing constitutional muster in this bylaw. I don't know what she's talking about. Essentially, Speaker, it points out 3 items I want to mention to you. It will allow us to direct persons to stop prohibited behavior and conduct, remove obstacles, and leave and remain out of a specified place. It will allow us to issue compliance notice as well as notices to appear in court. So you see that when a person will refer him to court, it is a due process because we're a constitutional organization. We respect the rule of law, Speaker. Yes. We also believe that this amendment will help us to resolve complaints more effectively, but also mitigate the risk of the city individuals and landowners by ensuring necessary and ongoing enforcement action are supported by legislation, because we must develop strong legislation, Speaker. What councillors of the ANC are sitting in that portfolio, and they support this because they understand in their wards what is coming for them. So, Speaker, I want also to say that we have an obligation to make sure that our public open spaces and our city remain sustainable, and that there is equity before the law, and that while we are offering assistance to help the people of the street by our bylaws, but we make sure that our bylaws are being applied to everybody at the same time. Remember, no one is above the law. Yes. Two months ago, there was a gentleman in Durban who said, you must face his day in court. We are all unanimous as a country. So we said he's not above the law. I'm not going to mention his name. So no one also, from him to everybody else on the street, no one is above the law. We must all be obliged and be subjected to law. Speaker, in conclusion, I have an amendment on this report.
Give us the amendment.
I'm seeking your permission. Thank you, Speaker. So, Speaker, section 23 on your pages is on pages. You'll find it 1,312 page. I'm proposing amending 23, section 23, which reads that any person who contravenes or fails to comply with the provision of this bylaw or disobeys an instruction or compliance order by and the version that you have before you, it reads the peace officer or the member of the Metropolitan Police Department. It is legally bracketed to show that it must be deleted, replaced by such person is an authorized official enforcing this bylaw. And so we're igniting that, shall be guilty of an offense and with exception of a contravention. Then we are inserting, Speaker, also A, Section 23M, subject to it being proven that the person refused an offer of an alternative shelter by the city. And we're inserting B also, Speaker, but what is about to be read by me now is there already, which that is Section 23G, H, I, J, and K, where there is a maximum penalty and provided for in analog national legislation, be liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months, or both a fine and such imprisonment. So, Speaker, finally, is that Section 23(4) is therefore, as proposed by myself, deleted as a result of the amendment of Section 23(1), signed by Councillor Ngavashi and supported by Vyokas Matanzima. I have the copy for you.
Thank you. Can we deal with the amendment first? Those in favour of the amendment? Are we all in agreement with the amendment?
Clarity, Speaker.
Clarity?
Yes, Speaker, just a clarity with regard to the amendment that has been made by you, Councillor Ngavash. Looking at the content and the length of that particular amendment, is it perhaps legally compliant? Because to me, it seems as if it's actually reversing the entire recommendation as contained in the item. So I just wanted to find out whether is it a legal kind of amendment that we can vote on as this council. Thanks.
Thank you. Our legal officers checking. It's legally compliant. Okay, we have an amendment that's legally compliant. Do we support the amendment?
Yes. Chair, Councillor Dudley.
Councillor Dudley.
Could we please, when the heckler stops, ask for clarity on what alternative solutions will be? If somebody is stopped on the street and they refuse to accept assistance of some sort, what are the alternatives? Because we can't be seen to be to accept that we're going to put laws into place that disadvantaged people will be removed because of affluent people. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, Alderman Smith.
It's got H at the end, Chair. I will report you to the Eusebius McKaiser Pronunciation Tribunal. Chairperson, the situation is that we looked very carefully at these bylaws, and I want to commend Councillor Ngqavashe and his portfolio committee, DA and ANC and other councillors on that portfolio committee. They worked very hard on these 4 bylaws that we are considering today. And a huge amount of effort, thinking, tweaking and reconsideration went into them. That was not a matter of just trying to get the bylaws through. Some of these are on the offing for 4 years. So an incredible amount of consideration and careful thought has gone into them, attempts to ensure that they are the most legally compliant and constitutional bylaws that we can make. We've taken, even at this late stage, further senior legal and constitutional legal advice on the matter. So when you compare our bylaws to that of eThekwini, Tshwane, Johannesburg, and so forth, you will see that the bylaws are substantially more progressive than in those municipalities. And we've looked at this very carefully. This amendment that Councillor Ngqavashe now is proposing is specifically to ensure to Councillor Dudley that a person, that homelessness in and of itself is not criminalized, that a person is given an offer of alternative accommodation, and in the decline of that offer, then only can we take further steps. Because inasmuch as we have an obligation to ensure that we support homeless and vulnerable people, we have an equivalent obligation to make sure that our public spaces remain sustainable and workable, and that the structures going up and otherwise do not create new crime threats and problems which create disinvestment, that drives job losses, that drives more people on the street. That is a race to the bottom that will never make for a sustainable city. That's why the bylaws of Johannesburg and all these other cities all have the same kind of provisions in. Same as what you're voting on now. The same provisions, not different. And why the same bylaws exist in every major city in the world. They all look the same because these common sense provisions have to be there. Otherwise, your city becomes unmanageable and unsustainable. So that's what we're voting on here today. These are reasonable and good and appropriate adjustments. And again, my compliments to the Portfolio Committee on a job very extensively done. And Chair, I think part of the confusion, Speaker, emanates from the fact that there is this misguided litany from this guy who keeps on speaking on homelessness even though he understands nothing about it. I think he was in council at one stage where he really messed up housing, but he's now with those guys with the boxing gloves. And that guy started this story about there are 12,000 homeless people and only 2,500 shelter spaces. It is incredibly superficial, reductionist and simplistic reasoning. It is indicative of a person who's never engaged with the sector and done any reasonable thought or discussion with them. Maybe speak to the sector for once and you will realize it is never the intention to permanently house homeless people in shelters all at the same time, Speaker. That's a disgraceful idea that people should be permanently warehoused in shelters. The shelters are a pass-through point, a midway point of a person who's moving on to reintegration with family or community or other opportunities. And that is why there will always be shelter spaces. And if you see, the city has been putting out a little infographic daily on the number of shelter beds available. There's not a night now where that figure has dipped below 50 for the last month or so. Every night there are shelter beds available because people are constantly being put through into further opportunities. The shelters are not dead ends, Councillor Dudley. And I'm glad you care about this situation. We on this side of the House do very much as well. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have an amendment. Do the DA support the amendment? Do the ANC support the amendment? No, they don't support the amendment. EFF don't support the amendment. The amendment is, however, carried. And then we will take the substantive motion. Do we take it that the ANC and the EFF do not support that too? Okay. Councillor Dwani. Okay, so the motion is carried. Thank you very much. With amendment. Item number 15, that is the animal keeping bylaw. We still have Councillor Kumeni. Kumeni. Kumeke. Okay, sorry, I wrote it down wrong. Councillor, you may speak.
Speaker, the new revised bylaw aims to enhance the welfare and anti-cruelty as aspects of keeping animals in the city, as well as the environmental health aspects and concerns. Speaker, having afforded sufficient time for public participation, will have at least enhanced broadly the aspects of different categories of animals. Speaker, this bylaws does not recognize lack of communal land for farming and animal keeping. Hence, it talks about dogs. Many urban agriculture projects involve raising animals for eggs, dairy, meat, and honey. While fresh eggs, honey, and other products can be some of the greatest pleasure of urban agriculture, they can also bring challenges with neighbors who may not appreciate the sound and smell of animals, or may be fearful of bees or allergic to bee stings. All our working class communities are on daily basis faced with small-scale farmers, particularly animals production due to lack of urban farming land, and this animal keeping bylaw 2021 does not address that. This animal keeping bylaw 2021 is badly drafted and does not recognize contribution and participation of the public, particularly those who are affected. Farmers in Fuleni, Khayelitsha, Atlantis, Danone, Hamburg, Raifontein, and many more are struggling because of the same lack of urban farming land. As a result, they are found within our communities. As the ANC, we move that this policy must be referred back to further community participation, as period between now was insufficient for affected communities. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Washida Harris. Sorry, Councillor Golding.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm on the wrong item. It's my fault. You can just wait till the next item, if you don't mind. Can we have Councillor Golding?
Thank you, Speaker. A little bit of confusion. Speaker, I'd like to start off by thanking all members of council across all party lines for what was a very interesting 5-year journey my side. So for those of you who will be coming back, good luck with your campaign. And those who won't, good luck with your endeavors going forward. I'd also like a special thanks to Alderman Dan Plato, the Mayor of the City of Cape Town. Mayor, thank you for your patience, wisdom, and your compassion. And to the PC, thank you for caring, because it's as a caring city that we not just care for our residents, but we have a burden of care. And the burden of care in this context is to the animals too. To the previous councillor, there are policies in the city around urban farming, and there's environmental health policy, which needs to be looked at. But in the context of this policy, which is not here, which has been approved previously, this is the bylaw which has been approved. It has gone through full consultation, in-depth consultation, for a period exceeding 2 years, with comprehensive input from animal welfare organizations on multiple cycles. There is indeed been a lot of input into this. As the city, and looking at animal keeping, we are concerned with welfare, with standards of shelter, of hygiene. We are looking at issues around breeding. We are looking at permitting, and we're looking at sale and trade. But what the bylaw does further is look at issues around nuisance, management of strays, issues around dog fighting, which is a problem. We look at the impoundment and euthanasia, which is the worst case issue here. But if you want the policy again, please call it back. This gives teeth to our policy. This speaks to offences and penalties, but it also speaks to partnership. Because as indicated by the PC chair in the previous statement, we are in partnership in these issues with various organizations. We are not the only ones who care. So we work with people such as Cape Animal Welfare and the SPCA and the myriad of organizations. It's incumbent on us as the city to care not just for our people, but for the welfare of all. And it includes all of these animals. So, Speaker, at this point, I then move item 15. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then can we all agree to the item? Thank you. Moving on then to item 16, the recommendation on page 1386, This relates to the bylaw of unlawful occupation of land. We have Councillor Rousseau.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I am in support with let me get it, the unlawful occupation bylaw. It is very, it's on a thin line, exactly, or not exactly, but nearly the same as item 14. I do have a few questions. I understand 100% that the concerns that in the public participation process, that the impact of the increased unlawful occupation have on land value, on property impact, disruptive impact on neighbourhoods, tourism, specifically tourism for us in Cape Town, service delivery and cleanliness. What I want to find out, the proposed bylaw also aims to, and that is where my concern is at the moment, how will we regulate the growth of informal settlements by supporting the provision of alternative placement if people refuse to go? What I want to say on item 14, I think if Safety and Security made a specific study on why people are on the street. I made a study while I was the head of Solidarity Helping Hand in the city of Cape Town, and the majority were people that start using drugs or substance abuse, thrown out by their families due to things like that. So what will we do if they don't want alternative placement? And there's mention made of the cost recovery and payment of services. Where will this cost recovery come from? Will that be a burden on the taxpayer again? Is the taxpayer aware of that? And then the monitoring and regulation, they mentioned that, and support of the upgrading of these settlements over time. How many settlements have been upgraded already, and how many still need upgrading? That is concerns that I have. I'm also in favour of the city that will act on behalf of private landowners and other entities. But on whose discretion will that be? Will it be executive directors? Will it be the mayor? I think we need to know more whose discretion that will be, because that can be determined for taxpayers in the city of Cape Town. So that is all from me. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Dwani.
Yes, Speaker. Given a wide variety of different civil society groups, including the Legal Resources Centre and Funukwazi, Reclaim the City, and SJC, and 3 former UN Special Rapporteurs on the right to housing who are considered leading world experts on the right to housing have objected to the draft of the unlawful occupation bylaw on the basis that it infringes constitutional and international law obligations. Should we not perhaps consider the draft unlawful occupation bylaw rather than passing it? What is the full range of concerns that we have been raised on the draft unlawful occupation bylaw through the public participation, and what changes are being made to address these concerns? We are told that more than 8,000 people signed a petition asking for the comment period of this bylaw to be extended to allow for full public participation. Particularly, these signatures come from communities in the peripheries of townships and informal settlement in like Bontierville, in Empolweni, in Langa, Atlantis. Can we call it a through public participation when so many voices are unheard? Hey, shut up, you man.
Councillor Mackenzie, this is not the first time I'm naming
Shut
you
up,
for the first time.
We understand the reasons include it being level 4 during the comment period. These communities not having access to places like libraries, like sub-council offices, etc. For them to get the assistance in order to comment, and more frighteningly, the effect of the taxi violence during that period. Surely more could have been done to ensure wider participation, especially after so many people indicated they wanted to be part of the process. Speaker, the draft unlawful occupation bylaw would give city officials wide powers to remove new and existing homes without a court order. Decides if a structure constitutes a home, decides which informal settlement receive basic services, search people, their vehicles and structures without a warrant, impound people's belongings, and compel private owners to prevent unlawful occupation. White guard lines will be developed and used to ensure the city officials exercise these powers justifiably. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak on item SPC 16, as this is my portfolio as well. Sadly, the ANC and other parties most of the time is not able to give their input as they are not attending the meetings that is being held. So, Madam Speaker, much has been reported on about the city's draft unlawful occupation bylaw. Some reports more accurate than others. The City of Cape Town, as with other metros in South Africa, has seen consistent instances of unlawful occupation. We have especially seen a spike since the start of COVID-19 national lockdown in March 2020 due to weaknesses in the PI Act. Limitations imposed by national lockdown regulations and the SA Human Rights Commission's court interdict. Official assessments show unlawful occupations have primarily orchestrated by criminal syndicates or so-called shack farmers exploiting those who adversely impact by COVID-19 and are often linked to violent protests and infrastructure damage. This cannot be allowed in a constitutional democracy where the rule of law is paramount. Apart from the health and safety hazards associated with settling on land that is unsuitable for habitation, unlawful occupation hampers planned projects and programs, results in disruptions to basic services as settlements are situated on top of bulk service infrastructure, and also impacts on the environmental health of waterways. Madam Speaker, I approve recommendation on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. You don't have a speaker, Kazi? No.
I'm here, Speaker.
Okay, continue.
The item before us is with regard to the unlawful occupation. I want to start again by saying that public participation in the City of Cape Town is only a tick of a box. They don't understand the real meaning of public participation. And that is precisely what happened with this bylaw. The submission by the former UN special reporters on the right to housing point out that the provision 4 of one of the draft unlawful occupation bylaw, which provides city officials the discretion on the provision of essential service for people living on occupied land, is contrary to the international human rights law. They make it clear in their submission that according to the international human rights, the housing, water and sanitation, that the provision of essential services is a legal obligation, not a discretionary matter, to be decided on with the whim of an official. These international experts indicate that bylaws propose denial of access to basic services as a means of compelling those living informally to move to constitutes cruel and inhuman treatment. And it is clear that violation of human rights. What changes will be to make sure that the bylaw is brought in line with international human rights law. The former UN Special Rapporteurs on this right to housing state that the bylaw amounts to be criminalization of homelessness. They say that people's right to housing is denied in the context of housing crisis, and when people try to remedy that, the bylaw which punish them is the harshest sentence. How will this contravention of the right to housing and non-discrimination in international human rights law in the draft unlawful occupation bylaw be fixed? In line with the recommendation from the former UN Special Rapporteurs in their submission, what procedural safeguards against forced evictions will be incorporated into this draft unlawful occupation bylaw to bring it up to international human rights standards as well as in line with the South African eviction law, which indicates that only a court may issue an eviction if it deems an eviction just and equitable. So with this, Speaker, we can never agree with this bylaw. I so move.
Thank you. Councillor Nkavash.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, I must just clarify one thing, that the public participation process on this bylaw was in detail, Speaker. And it went further to sub-councils. It went further to the affected areas, which is your informal settlement, driven by our public participation unit. I want to ask my colleague there, Speaker, your councillor, Dwane, that I think that he must, perhaps you can approach the Speaker, Chawa, that you get a workshop from that office. It's a useful office in terms of what kind of public participation, because public participation is legislated. You can't, Speaker, write what you want and go around and ask people to sign. That is a petition. So public participation is a process where you open up the legislation, then people must say their views, not influenced by anybody. So the signed petition that we saw as councillors were wrong. That's not public participation, because everybody can just write, I'm against this bylaw, and then you have 200 signatures below that statement. That is unlawful. It is highly regulated. It is legislated. Follow the prescript. The office of the Speaker can assist. Please, Speaker. Unlawful occupation is already illegal, Speaker. It is illegal. There is constitutional jurisprudence that is calling us illegal. And there is a PI Act that is calling us illegal. So this bylaw is not bringing anything new here. The bylaw aims to enable the city to enhance its management of informal settlement through managed settlement program. So the city is seeking to manage the informal settlement because the city is led by a party that has got vision, that the party that respects the rule of law, the party that recognizes the need of our community. So that's why we impacted that the managed settlement. We're working hand in hand with my colleague Malusi Boy on that, and next to me, Van Renen. And we seek to prevent the unlawful occupation of land and buildings, which has become a massive problem in Cape Town, Speaker. The bylaw explicitly states the existing powers of the law enforcement to protect land from illegal occupation. Advocate Michael Masuta, Speaker, in 2018, promulgated powers to law enforcement. These powers are not new. They are not granted new, it's not new. These powers are there in law, so it does it to provide for any sanction other than what is already existing in law. In fact, Speaker, this bylaw is pioneering that it emphasizes the fundamental rights of persons and imposes a duty for officers to intervene in situations where abuse of power is evident. It answers the question of Councillor Duane that it's open for abuse. It's not. The bylaw directs the officers what must be done. The bylaw also supports the city's discretion to act on behalf of private landowners and other entities when unlawful occupation occurs, Speaker. And it imposes certain necessary and reasonable obligations on landowners, both private and public. The city will always act to protect municipal land from illegal occupation attempts. We owe it, Speaker, to the future generation of a growing city who will require land for schools, hospitals, transport, housing, community facilities, and more. And importantly, Speaker, we also need to protect others from the health and safety risks of settling in areas that are not suitable for habitation. Councillor Duane, your councillor, Speaker, will know this. He has been seen many times in Danun. Shacks there are in a pond. The water is at the level of a window in some shacks there. That is really not suitable for people to settle there. I invite and I employ Councillor Duane to dispel that, to speak against that. You can't be supporting that as a councillor in this council, unless a council somewhere in Africa also, not in Cape Town. Speaker, allow me finally to conclude by commending the Portfolio Committee. This bylaw was agreed upon unanimously. Councillor Abrahams, who was talking downstairs, was not part of the Portfolio Committee. The ANC agreed in this. I want to thank the political parties across the political line, both external and internal legal advice, our Maycom member, Adjournment Smith, the Policy and Strategic Unit, Piwe, Louisa and Rehana sitting next to you, Speaker, the vetting officer and the city manager's office, they all contributed immensely, Speaker, for us to conclude and have 4 bylaws before council today. With that, I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is there a question of clarity from Councillor Duane?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Put your question of clarity.
No, look, Speaker, we just want to find out from Comrade Ngavashe there that this draft unlawful occupation bylaw will give city officials wide powers to remove new and existing homes without a court order. Decide if a structure constitutes a home, decide which informal settlement receive basic services. Also, Speaker, it was not so long ago that the law enforcement department or agency of the city of Cape Town, it was called, or it was questioned as a rogue unit by Minister Minister Peggy Kaele. It is the same law enforcement officers that they will be trusting to conduct this thing. Lastly, Speaker, Comrade Ngavashe,
get to the question, please.
When you are done being made an experiment,
That's enough. Thank you, Councillor.
We will be the one who will be defending you.
Councillor Smith, you want to
continue
respond?
now being an experiment.
Councillor JP, you want to respond?
Chairperson, Speaker, thank you. I think that the ad hominem attacks by Councillor Duane are quite tacky and border on racist comments. This constant narrative of trying to designate people with these kind of pejorative or derogatory names as leaders of colour is really demeaning and is beneath you, Councillor. Speaker, starting with the comments from Minister Clele, on that issue, as is often the case, Minister Clele was quite ill-informed. His reference to law enforcement as being rogue could not be further from the truth. In fact, the truth is that law enforcement is subject to more levels of supervision than SAPS, because not only are we subject to the same supervision as SAPS, but we're subject to the Civilian Oversight Committee, which was again emphasized here this morning, our internal affairs process, and provincial oversight. So there's a very substantial amount of oversight in relation to law enforcement. The failure to make law enforcement subject to IPID is Minister Clele and the ANC and National Government's own failure, because it's a failure detected over 10 years ago, repeatedly raised with them, repeatedly discussed in meetings, and nothing has stopped national government from amending the IPID legislation many times over to include law enforcement and municipal peace officers to it. It's not just the city's municipal peace officers, but the municipal peace officers of every municipality in this country, every ANC-controlled municipality, and every coalition-run municipality in this country's municipal peace officers are on exactly the same boat. So it is not the failure of the city. We have pled earnestly for the inclusion of peace officers to be subject to IPID because we want effective oversight and accountability and transparency. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ngavash, have you got any other response to the questions raised by Councillor Dwani?
Thank you, Speaker. On Minister Cele is that he must be reminded, Councillor Dwani must be reminded that he once closed the pitch and within 3 days apologized. So you must really take, be careful what you take from the Minister.
All right, so thank you for that. So we have the item before us with the recommendation. The ANC does not support the item.
Speaker.
The ANC does not support the item. Does the EFF support the item?
We don't support.
You don't support it. Okay.
We'll however defend competence.
Thank you. We have the ANC and the EFF not supporting the item. Does anybody else not support the item? Councillor Dwani? All right, then the item is carried as per the numbers. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on, councillors. Come. Councillor, item 17 is approved, so we move to 17A. Councillor Cotti. Councillors, please. Councillor Cotti.
Hello. Yes,
thank you.
Speaker.
Carry on.
Thank you. On item 17A, that deals with the Makassar water treatment plant. Speaker, we welcome the report and we agree with it. There's also, the only difficulty we have is that it's a 5-year contract of 30 million and above, but it will assist us as a city in terms of the 32 megaliters of water per day that we'll be generating from that particular plant. I must also add to that that national government treasury also supported in a letter of the 24th of March this year. Chair, Speaker, the issue that I want to raise is the issue that pertains to the tender that was awarded to Uricon. No? The only difficulty that we're having is that I'm not too sure whether this particular company that is being awarded the tender now was also the company that designed the facility, and it's very unfortunate that we are also appointing the same company that do the design and also the contractual work. Speaker, on page 18 on the report, it's also stipulated that local employment must also be generated from this particular area. Further to that, this Uricon company, Speaker, the city also gave a tender to this particular company of 800 million rand. And that's a department that you chaired at some point in time, Transport and Urban Development. 800 million rand for Uricon. Now, you must then ask yourself, who is this company? I can just refresh some of the councillors' mind that this particular company was also appointed by our Alderman J.P. Smith. And there was an allegation that this particular company was also given money to gangsters in Menenberg. This company also was then formed between a British company and a South African company. And at some point in time, there was also an issue around the awarding of the tender at Athlone Power Station, Speaker. Speaker, as the ANC, we want to raise this particular concern. One is that if you look into the report, the directors of this Uricon company, they submitted particular CVs. Now, if you look into the CVs, there are 1 or 2 directors that make the reference, that gave references in their CVs. And the references that they gave in those CVs are Mr. Peter Flower. As you can recall, he was the executive director at some point in time of utilities in the city of Cape Town. There's also a name called Kevin Balfour, which is also currently employed by the city. Now, it seems to me that this particular contracts that are being awarded to this company, to Uricon, is coming from inside our city. I don't want to say it's inside jobs, which are being given to for PELs. I want to say that how is it possible that these companies can give in these contracts? There is no independency from the bid adjudication when we as directors or directors from those companies are making or giving references which are currently employed by the city or being previously employed by the city by the name of Mr. Peter Flower. So, Speaker, Alderman J.P. Smith must explain to us why is it that this company is giving contracts by the city whilst they were also giving money to gangsters in Vandenberg. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Peck.
Speaker, point of order.
Councillor Smith, Alderman Smith. Councillors,
Point
please.
of order, Speaker. The council is bringing the council under a false impression of false information. And I ask that you go and investigate the matter and that you ask the councillor to formally withdraw. I have never been involved in any relationship with Oricon. I became Maker member when the city had an existing contract with Oricon relating to the old EPIC version, which we abandoned and moved on from. So actually quite the opposite. I was part of moving away from Oricon. And the misinformation which he refers to is actually defamatory because it relates to a contract appointed by Human Settlements for housing and CRU upgrades, where when we detected criminal activity, I raised the red flag and emailed the city manager and all the relevant officials and said, Metro Police have detected something suspicious in relation to activities of gang members involved in this tender. It turned out, Speaker, that it was little more than suspected or alleged gang members who were working on the contract as part of the 30% local labor employment provision in the tender, and that the company had no means to check whether these people were or not alleged gangsters. And as a result of that, by the way, we've now imposed criminal record checks on more of these things. That was an outcome of that, which, by the way, is now eliminating many, many people across the Cape Flats from getting employment in local labor, and therefore making people who once had one misstep in their life permanently excluded from employment in perpetuity thereafter. So well done to people like Hanif Lunat and all the other people who spread this misinformation. You caused great harm for the sake of scoring a political point. Speaker, I ask that you make the council withdraw the comment after investigating the issue. Thank you.
Councillor Kothi, do you want to withdraw the comment now?
Speaker, Councillor Kotte will not withdraw anything. He said he wanted clarity from Councillor
All right.
Smith.
Okay.
There's nothing to withdraw and there's nothing out of order. And Councillor Smith just explained why he asked.
Why
Yes.
he's wrong. That's
Yes.
right. That's what
There's nothing
Councillor
to
Smith
withdraw.
explained.
He wanted
that
clarity.
he was wrong. We will then follow up with the process.
There's nothing
Thank
to follow
you,
up. Tell us
Councillor
day to day.
Peck.
What are you going to follow up?
Councillor Peck.
Madam Speaker, am I audible? Madam Speaker, am I audible?
Councillor Peck, are you
Madam
at
Speaker,
the microphone?
I'm at the microphone. Am I audible?
Speaker, what are you going to follow up? It's the last day today. Please, we're not children here.
Councillors, I'm pleased to hear that you concede that you're not children. The problem is the behavior, which is like that of children in some instances.
But you can't be controlled by
Councillor
JP
Peck
in following
available?
Followed. We don't.
Okay. If Councillor Peck's not available, we're going to move adoption of the report.
Madam Chair, I am here.
Councillors, are
Madam
we
Chair.
all in favour of the report? Thank you. The report
not
is...
the EFF?
The
You have
EFF
not
is
the
against.
ANC, we are not in favour.
The EFF and the ANC are against the recommendations. Okay, so we're moving on now to item 17B. And this is around the repair of Steenbras and Athlone and Rogger Bay power stations, and the recommendations are on page 241. Councillor
Speaker,
Yes?
you have been in this council for so many years. I've been your colleague. You can't even pronounce my surname. Speaker,
you must learn to pronounce the names. Yeah. We are all in this council. We must learn to pronounce
Councillor,
the
you're
names.
wasting your own time. Are
I'm
you
not
going to
wasting my
speak?
time. It's an insult to me. It's an insult. You're supposed to apologize. You're pronouncing my surname wrong every time. No, it's wrong.
I don't mind.
No.
I'm not oversensitive about things
No,
that
I'm
are...
sensitive.
You're
That's my
sensitive.
surname.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Gamini, are you going to speak to the item? Because otherwise
I'll
I'm
speak to
moving
the
on.
item, but you have to apologize pronouncing my
I
surname wrong.
apologize if I pronounce your name wrong. I
Yes.
apologize if your own councillors give it to me in handwriting I can't
Thank you
read
very much.
correctly.
Thank you very much. Speaker, thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we support the item. However, we want to say contracts that are more than 3 years, they have a tendency of coming back as irregular expenditure. The timing of this item is suspicious, and well, it's easy for the ANC to view it as a funding project for 2024 national elections and helping those councillors that will not be coming back of DA back to secure jobs and back pay. When this comes back, Speaker, we will say as the ANC we have said so. So, Speaker, we support the item, but want to raise these issues. You always come back to us as the ANC in this council when you have done wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Sulelo.
Thank you, Speaker. I am glad that Councillor Gunxe actually agrees with this item because I believe I don't have to remind this council of how important Steenbras is in protecting the residents when it comes to the load shedding that ESCOM instance of putting the entire country under. With the advice or the caution that the councillor has for the City of Cape Town, I would like to say that National Treasury has already advised the City of Cape Town and the legal department has already drawn up a contract that speaks to the concerns that were raised by National Treasury and we comply. Therefore, I move that we support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. With the ANC supporting the item?
No, the latter speaker must not...
Okay, we're not discussing that. Councillor, or the EFF, are you supporting the item?
Clarity, Speaker. No, Speaker, we don't support that.
You don't support the item, so we'll do the power cuts in that area. Can we
Speaker.
all move the adoption except for the EFF?
Clarity, Speaker.
Thank you.
Clarity, Speaker.
What is your point of clarity? The vote is now taken.
No, Speaker. No, Speaker. Don't. Speaker, clarity to the...
Okay, but what is the clarity? You're taking a long time.
The clarity in the report, Treasury.
So moving on, like the adults we are, the next item is item 17C, and this is regarding the grant and the variant of funds with the recommendation on page 397, and Councillor Simons. Can Councillor Simons address the council?
Thank you. Good
Councillor,
afternoon,
when you're ready,
Speaker.
carry on.
Officials, this report in front of us seeking to the support by council, but this report was adopted on the 25th of May, 2021, and included the 500,000 rand, which is requested now for variant. We, as the ANC, cannot support this item, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jafta?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just shake my head and say, what's happening today? Speaker, the purpose of this report can be read on page 400. If the councillor can just read further what happened, and then she will understand what's happening. On page 401 is the recommendation. I support the recommendations, and I thank you.
Thank you. So are we all in favour except for the ANC? Okay, thank you. We accept the recommendation and the numbers will be as per the attendance register.
Speaker,
Moving-
please note the EFF.
What does the EFF want us to note?
Reject that thing.
Excuse me, Councillor.
We reject, Speaker.
You
We
do
don't-
not support
we
the
don't
item?
support, yes.
We will note that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention after the vote was taken. Item 17E, appointment of members to the Audit Committee. Councillor John. You may proceed, Councillor John.
Nkosi Somlomo. No ANC siyayisupporta le appointment yes new audit committee eziniyazi izinkokheli bange-2 kaNovember umeya omtsha ANC funeka yazi bana as entities the city of Cape Town zine-committees ezi-right ezizakwenza umsebenzi olungileyo wesi sixeko xa sizisa inkonzo ebantwini we-city of Cape Town. Enkosi kakhulu.
Of course, can the interpreter just interpret?
Thank you,
for the
Chairperson.
others?
We do support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Siseko.
Chair, so this Chair, order, Chair.
Thanks,
Chair, order.
Who's speaking?
Hold on, Councillor Siseko. Councillor Zondi.
The interpreter is not interpreting what was said. And I think I have an advantage to know both languages than you. So you'll find it difficult to say I'm lying. I'm just saying that he must say exactly what was said. Please, Chairperson, he must, the interpreter.
Mr. Interpreter,
Yeah, what was said now?
Yes.
can you just clarify
Can the speaker repeat what the speaker
what
said?
can Councillor John just,
Yes. Can he speak in chunks, please, to enable me to interpret? Can you
want me to
please
speak in English?
chunks?
that would be
Speaker.
helpful, thank you.
Yeah. No, I think let me assist the interpreter, Chair. Like I said, we as the ANC were in support of the appointment of the new audit committee. As you know that on the 2nd of November, the new mayor of the ANC wants the city entities to work very well with committees that will do a proper oversight of these of these entities of the city of Cape Town. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. I think the ANC might still be counting, but never mind. Councillor Siseko.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wouldn't want to waste time. I move the recommendation on page 442. Support the appointment.
Councillors, we're all in favour of the recommendation. Councillor Dwani, are you in favour of the recommendation? You are in favour of the recommendation. Thank you. Can we move on to item 17F? Proposed amendments to the Strategic International Relations, page 437. Councillor, sorry, it appears I skipped item D. So 17D, the correction of the formula utilized for the calculation of the hourly remuneration. Councillor John, do you have something on that item?
We're in agreement, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Seko, we approve?
We are in agreement.
Okay, so it was agreed. Thank you. We all agree on that item? Right, sorry. Moving on then to item 17F, the International Relations Policy, the recommendations on page 444. Councillor Makazi.
Thank you, Speaker. This policy used to be called the Strategic International Relations Policy. That was in 2015, and it's now called the International Relations Policy, which in fact should be called the Neoliberal International Relations Policy, because it seeks to integrate the city international relations within its broader development agenda of a divided Cape Town. Its strategic intent is to promote Cape Town as a country within South Africa. It's a fake policy as it seeks to create an empire for the elite minority of Cape Town. It is a political system characterized by dictatorship and promotion of individuals' rights while limiting political power of Cape Townians. This city speaker has been claiming to be showcasing Cape Town all over the world to attract investments, but we still live in the top divided city infested with crime, broken sewer pipes, with sanitation running down our streets, growing informal settlements, collapsed road infrastructures, and poverty. The socio-economic conditions of our poor majority in this city are worse than hell. This policy is not consistent with DICRO, Strategic Plan 2020-25, as it claims. DICRO values adhere to Ubuntu and Batu Pele principle. Whilst none of those feature in this policy, it is silent about the relations with African Union because the DA underestimates and undermines the AU. It is silent about its relations with new partnerships for African development, which is called NEPAD, because DA wants nothing to do with Black African leaders. Recently, on the 5th of September, there was a coup d'etat in the Republic of Guinea. The mayor said nothing, and again this month, there was a passing of a former president of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, His Excellency Abdelaziz. But again, nothing was said. The policy claims to be aligned with Sustainable Development Goals 2030, but we see an increase in quality, racism, and non-existence of local economic growth in this city today. Speaker, the ANC views this policy as a neoliberal agenda that is adamant to monitor and maintain the status quo of rich and poor in our mother city, Cape Town. We therefore find these amendments as nothing or not being congruent with DICRO, and we thus reject this policy with the contempt it deserves. I thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Voss.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this report is to motivate to Council the proposed amendments to the city's international relations policy to reflect the changed world we live in now. Global issues such as environmental changes and the recent outbreak of COVID-19 pose global risks that require international cooperation and partnerships in order to be dealt with effectively. Now, the main objective, Madam Speaker, is to build and maintain relationships that will promote Cape Town as a competitive global hub to visit, live, work, and invest in. This is particularly important for the economic recovery of Cape Town post-COVID-19 and especially details our work with African cities and countries. Allow me to put the record straight from what the previous speaker has alluded to and give you the notable amendments. Reference to the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact thereof to the global system, and more specific to Cape Town and its economic recovery efforts for the next period. The revised policy also reflects an updated focus on the catalytic growth sectors wherein the city would like to encourage inward investment. It should also be stressed that in 2015, oil and gas was still one of the focus sectors because the city was still funding the SA Oil and Gas Alliance. However, this arrangement has ceased. Further, for a city committed to playing its role in responding to climate change, this should not be a desired outcome of the policy, and for these reasons, oil and gas was omitted from the amended version and replaced with infrastructure. Also, the amended policy, Madam Speaker, now reflects an extensive list of stakeholders and more specifically, an extensive list of all of our special purpose vehicles required to assist in the implementation of the policy to help unlock tourism, travel and trade to benefit all people of Cape Town. To conclude, we exist in a global village and we work very closely with foreign missions to make Cape Town the go-to city in Africa, globally as well as locally. And with this background, I recommend that Council approve the amended policy. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I put the recommendation. The ANC does not support the item. Does the EFF have an opinion?
As Speaker, EFF rejects this policy as it does not speak to us, but promoting the gap between the poor and the rich.
Okay, thank you very much. So the EFF and the ANC do not support the item. Any other parties want to object to the item or vote against? No? Then the motion is carried. Thank you very much. The recommendations are carried. We move on, councillors, to item 17G. The recommendation is on page 470, and the first speaker is Councillor Haynes. Well, Councillor... Oh, is he back? Councillor Matembu. All right, Councillor, you may speak. Matembu.
Mandibulise somlomo. Dibulise wonke umuntu olapha.
ngalimini yethu i-council yokugqibela, council meeting. Somlomo, ndiyavuya and siwuxhasa si-ANC lo mbono ukwakhelwa koosomashishini abasakhulayo kwiwadi endikuyo. Nangona isiphakamiso sasisifake ngo-2017, kodwa ke ngethemba lokuba uzawukhawuleza lo mba okwakhwela kwabo, kuba indawo abasebenzela kuzo azibukeki zimdaka, kuba kaloku basebenza phantsi korhulumente we-DA ongabakhathalelanga abantu abamnyama. Endicinga ukuthi ke kulama elections siya kuwo.
Councillor, allow some time for the interpreter to catch up.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all. Given the fact that this is the last meeting, we gladly support this motion. Though it started in 2017, we hope it'll be done quickly, because the place where this place is situated is very filthy. And moreover, it's governed by a party that doesn't care for people.
Yeah, ngethemba loba umbutho wesizwe xa uthe wathatha over umasipala we-City of Cape Town uzawukhawuleza zonke izinkqubo zokwakhelwa kwabantu ukuze abantu bazibone bengabantu bengengozilwanyana, kuba njengoba ndithetha nje abantu bazibona njengezilwanyana, whereas besithi sikwi-City of Cape Town ekhathalayo. Ngaloo mazwi ke siyayixhasa le nkqubo yanga ingakwazi ukukhawuleza. Enkosi.
Interpreter.
We hope.
Well, he's supporting the item, so we can move the recommendation now after we've got Councillor Sabuzi.
We hope that.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, carry on, interpreter.
Okay, thank you. We hope that the party of the nation, when it takes over, will expedite this process, given the fact that these people have been in this very terrible situation. And we hope then that we gladly support this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sabuzi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Speaker, the item before us is a consideration of a new informal trading plan for Ward 108, Mfuleni and surroundings. The City of Cape Town informal trading policy stipulates that informal trading plans must be adopted in areas where there is an overlap among various stakeholders, businesses, public or city uses, in order to achieve sustainable urban management, promote economic development, and expand employment opportunities. Ward 108 is one of the areas that have a number of street vendors, and it is their only source of income. Speaker, these businesses can be seen as a small trading, but they play a huge role in their families and to the entire community. The City of Cape Town is a caring city that makes sure that it offers assistance to informal traders so that they can participate in the open economy. A process to develop an informal trading plan for Ward 108 to set the geographical boundary where trading can take place has been concluded. This comes as a great news from informal traders that are already trading in those identified areas. There will be upliftment of township economy due to localized economic activities. The country having faced economic difficulties, people lost their jobs. By providing these opportunities, some of them might opt to start small businesses. The small-scale businesses make a huge contribution to our economy. They need all necessary support they can get from all different spheres of government. The DA-led City Council always put people's interests first. In that said, Speaker, I so move the item.
Thank you. So we all agree to the item's recommendation. Thank you. Then we're moving on. Councillor Dwani, you agree?
Speaker,
Yes.
Speaker, no, don't rush me.
Okay, you're not a speaker on the item. I just want to know if you support the recommendation or you don't.
We do support it,
Thank
Speaker.
you.
However,
That's fine. No.
can the interpreter please interpret correctly, man?
Can we move
Hey, the
on?
interpreter,
Item
please.
17H is agreed, so we move on to 17I. And the recommendations are on page 546. And the speakers on this item are first Councillor Botha Rousseau.
Speaker, baie dankie. Speaker, ek het deeglik deur die item gewerk. Ek ondersteun dit. Ek wil net vir u bynoem, ek dink dit is baie belangrik dat item 14 wat ons vandag bespreek het en 16 'n baie groot impak op dit gaan hê, dat ons moet die straat mense van die straat af kry en ons sal ook moet die informele nedersettings aandag aan gee, anders gaan ons nie beleggervertroue kan wen om dit haalbaar te maak nie. Dankie.
Dankie. Can the interpreter interpret for those that did not get that?
Somlomo say casa
I think we need an interpretation in English.
Oh.
Thank you.
Speaker, we support this motion, and especially motion 14 and 15 are very important in the fact that they will give impact to what has to happen. And so more people will be off the streets as a result of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker on this item is Councillor Christians. Your debut, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the ACDP, we support the approval of the Inclusive Economic Growth Strategy. Our support is based upon the acknowledgement of the contribution the strategy would make towards the alleviation of existing poverty and inequality challenges that we face as a city. While we understand that the COVID-19 pandemic primarily caused the healthcare crisis, the impact upon our local Cape Town economy cannot be ignored. This devastating impact led to a record-breaking amount of job losses as well as business closures. The introduction of this growth strategy would begin the road to recovery for the city of Cape Town. This recovery would also bridge one of the biggest gaps and burdens we face as a city, namely inequality. Historically, inequality has always been along the lines of race, gender, and culture. Speaker, the ACDP would like to highlight, due to COVID-19, the introduction of potentially a new inequality. We have received numerous reports of employers forcing employees to get vaccinated. In some cases, employees were threatened with regards to their job security should they choose not to get vaccinated. In certain cases, statements such as get vaccinated or resign has become the pride of senior management. Speaker, we want to put it on record that the ACDP is not anti-vaccine. However, the freedom of choice cannot be ignored when we want this inclusive economic growth strategy to include just that, the freedom of choice. In working together to restore that which the city has lost in terms of job losses and business closures, the residents of the city of Cape Town should not be forced into anything should they want to hold on to their livelihood or rebuild it via this strategy. Cape Town's high unemployment statistics due to COVID-19, particularly in the unskilled and labor-intensive sector, should not look at unemployment as a motivation to people getting vaccinated. Employment should be granted based on skill and experience, even at the lowest level. The introduction of strict COVID protocols has proven to work. Wearing of masks, washing of hands, and use of hand sanitizer has been implemented in nearly all work environments. Mandatory vaccines should at any cost be excluded from this inclusive economic growth strategy. Speaker, in addition to this, no resident in the city of Cape Town should be forced to carry a vaccination passport should they apply for a job or in an attempt to get their business back onto its feet again. Nor should they carry a vaccine passport should they want to enter into respective working environments. By introducing these types of criteria, the city of Cape Town will only be increasing the inequality gap which has haunted our residents for decades. In order to be more inclusive, Cape Town's economy must support and enable all participants, vaccinated or not. Speaker, we want to put it on record, the ACDP is not anti-vaccine. However, The freedom of choice cannot be ignored, and we want this inclusive economic growth strategy to include just that, the freedom of choice. Thank you.
Councillor Zondani.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, why are we here today? It's about repealing and it's about repealing and adopting what you call a new inclusive growth strategy. Speaker, this came as a result of a policy conference resolution by DA last year in September, where DA in its conference adopted an economic justice policy and with other 18 core values and principles aligned with it. And it was clear after that, the mandate was, you go out there and influence all the already existing policies in where we govern and where we operate effectively. Therefore, it is this policy also that actually made sure that we do away with BBBEE, broad-based economic empowerment. This is the policy, Chair, that developed these strategies, a policy that dismisses the use of racial categories as a means of identifying and uplifting disadvantaged black people. It is this policy that black ownership requirements will be scrapped and government procurements will target companies that are competent and contribute to SDGs. Therefore, any economic strategy proposed by DA is informed by this policy called economic justice policy. Now, another point of concern, Speaker, is that how do you talk of an inclusive economy in a modern democratic state without recognizing the rights of workers, including collective bargaining? That question was asked in DA long time ago, no answer till today. I hope Alderman Force will respond to that. Lastly, Speaker, the care and compassion, which are values of the DA, but do not find expression when it comes to these policies and the very strategic document in front of us, but you find them as values, as core values of your organization. Speaker, this is the policy that is simply regression in approach rather than progressive. This is just a start. You will see some more to come. Supply chain management policy is out for public participation for amendments because of the policy adopted last year by DA. Advertising and signage bylaw is out for public participation because of the very same policies. Everything must change. We want to look at this thing at the bigger picture. All these changes, Speaker, are to ensure that the inclusive economic growth continues to serve the white supremacy. And finally, Speaker, the irony is this, Speaker. DA accepts apartheid legacy, but on the other hand, is in denial on how to respond to this apartheid legacy. You know, they are so confused, they are lost in the mist, and I hope Alderman Force will be able to respond to that. As ANC, we definitely on an opposite direction to what is tabled in front of us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Voss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report before us is a plan to give the people of Cape Town a fair shot, because where we govern, we get things done. In my work with businesses and communities, I've seen just what economic opportunity and the lack thereof means for people. Even before COVID-19, our country's economy was in a decline, with unemployment rising. But thanks to policies and programs delivered by the DA-led City of Cape Town, we've been able to mitigate the worst of the effects of these. Yesterday's Labour survey results confirm that Cape Town has the lowest unemployment figure of all the metros. So, Madam Chair, with this new IEG, we will do even more. For instance, through our continued support and funding of our special business partners in Cape Town's high-growth industries over the past 5 years, we have helped create just under 30,000 new job opportunities, trained a further 11,000 people in work readiness, and reaped in more than 22 billion rand in the form of commercial investments. This in itself has created countless more employment and growth. These special business partners might not be the standard approach in other metros run by the ANC, but it's one that is recommended for city governments by the World Bank. Through the city's business help desk, we have gone on the ground and responded to more than 5,000 service requests from SMMEs and entrepreneurs across the city. Now, with these lessons learned, continued engagements with industry leaders, and simply going into communities and meeting people from all walks of life, we are looking to the future with a new inclusive economic growth strategy, underpinned by the principles of competitiveness, accessibility, resilience, and collaboration. This new IEGS, Madam Speaker, consists of 189 action steps with timelines and deadlines with an implementation plan, because in some instances, Madam Speaker, the work has already begun. Madam Speaker, the new IEGS will ramp up efforts to stimulate the city's construction industry, a vital component of economic growth, and under this step, we'll also be supporting the ongoing development of an integrated job search and work placement centres in communities while partnering with job search hubs for the provision of job readiness workshops. These efforts will then allow us to promote Cape Town to a wider audience and specifically investors locally, in Africa and globally, so that we can also stay abreast of global business trends. Simply put, Madam Speaker, let's cut red tape brought along by national government policies, because we must make it easier for businesses to do business, and at the end of the day, regardless of your race. In each phase of this plan, we will leverage city infrastructure. For example, with more city Wi-Fi hotspots, more people will be able to access training and job opportunities. The IEGS also incorporates the need of Cape Town's informal sector in conjunction with spatial planning initiatives across the metropolitan area. Madam Speaker, we've faced many challenges before, and we've met them head-on. Let us pool our resources and work together to extend the exciting and rich opportunities of Cape Town to all who live in it. It gives me great pleasure to table the new inclusive economic growth strategy for Cape Town. Let's get it done.
Councillors, we have the recommendation on page 546.
Clarity, Chair, clarity before.
Councillor Zondani.
Yeah. Chair, there's one part that I would like Alderman Foss to respond to. She spoke about regardless of the race. I just want to find out from him, is race really not an issue economically when it comes to having to address the imbalances of the past? Because that is what is excluded.
Okay, thank you. Your point is taken.
No, but Chair, no, Chair, you can't cut me like a high school boy. No, Chairman, don't do that, man, Chair. Please don't do that. Just treat us as adults. We have wives, we've got children, but you cut us here like small boys. We don't like that. Thank you. You can respond, Alderman.
Alderman Foss, you may now respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly the DA doesn't believe in the BE policy that is promoted by the ANC government, because it simply enriches a few and those that's closely connected. In the city of Cape Town, and especially where the DA governs, we believe in a policy or in an economic approach that will give all South Africans a fair shot, so that we can support all businesses regardless of race. And the recent outcome of the court ruling with regards to the Department of Tourism's application of race for businesses, that must be a determining factor who gets the support of the state. That already says that the way the ANC applies its race methodology is wrong. All businesses should be supported by the state, and specifically where we govern, we believe that we need to redress so that we can give businesses that have been disadvantaged also an opportunity to climb the ladder, but that all businesses must be able to thrive so that all Cape Townians can have that fair shot. And that's what the DA stands, and that's the DA difference that we will implement.
Thank you, Councillor. So, you know, when you ask a question, when you don't like the answer, you mustn't interject. Can we now have a recommendation approved, but the ANC is voting against it, and so is the EFF? Are you voting with the economic growth strategy?
You reject this thing.
I couldn't understand that.
We don't support.
You don't support it. Thank you very much. Other parties in agreement? Thank you. Then we'll take the vote as per the numbers. Councillors, we're going to just move on for a bit, and then we'll take a break. We're moving on then to item 17K. The recommendations are on page 37 of volume 2C, and we have Councillor Mfakani. Councillor Mfakani, are you ready to speak?
Speaker.
Carry on.
Thank you. Afternoon, leadership. While the city positions itself to be an employer of choice or global platform, it has become apparent to further the refinement to the current policy is required in order for the city to maintain this position by attracting the best suffered candidates across various fields. In doing so, it has become clear that the current relocation assistance policy is some restrictive, as it only caters to permanent appointments. While there are specific changes proposed are as follows: update to the definition of critical skills, update to section 2, and update to section 5. It cannot be enough without recognizing the most critical society sector, namely disability community, that process critical and scarce skills to be considered at 10% more than what is prescribed for other employees, based on the visible evidence that then to travel is as experienced that costly be transport arrangement are at pegged. Speaker, we support the item. But Speaker, before I sit down, let me pass this message. You know, when the people of Cape Town give the opportunity to the DA administration, what they did, instead of changing people's life with a 2/3 majority, they failed dismally to make sure that people's lives changed. But this time around, zizojika izinto. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Asing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue with regard to disability, this has been discussed and we've provided clarity on ad nauseum. So I'm not going to go into that, but I'm going to say that the City of Cape Town, as a well-run, award-winning and prosperous city, is positioned as an employer of choice. Ensuring that we have the best candidates in the right positions secures that the best services for the residents of Cape Town is secured. Having an effective, well-informed and comprehensive relocation and assistance policy is but one of a range of mechanisms aimed at ensuring that the DA-run City of Cape Town gets things done. Chair, I'm going to skip all the other items, notes that I've got in my speech, because it is in the report and the Speaker has mentioned some of it. So I'm going to end off by saying thank you to our Corporate Services Maker member Sharon Cottle and our Chairperson Teresa Ace for leading our committee with professionalism, enthusiasm and excellence. I recommend that the amended relocation assistance policy for new employees attached as Annexure A to the report on the agenda be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We're all in support of that item. Thank you. Then the next item is 17L with the recommendations on page 57, and we have Councillor Ngunwana.
Must be careful of Speaker, that you'll find yourself in trouble. Tula man, tula.
Okay, but can we rather have Councillor Ngunwana?
Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Speak up.
While education and training development policy has been in place since 2012, the City of Cape Town has been struggling with succession plan. This city has been deliberately abusing elderly people by extending their contract to stay longer while they should be enjoying their retirement, e.g. Peter Flower, Johan Geber, and many more others. Speaker, this item served in the Corporate Services PC for consideration on the 12th September 2021. While we support the education, training and development policy, it is worth raising issues pertaining to learners' affordability to apply and register in the database for training using the system that has been cancelled to be reinstated, as it is costly for other applicants, applications measures such as walk-ins. That the education, training and policy remains only in the Human Resources Department as its core mandate, and not be placed or partnered with enterprise development to avoid outsourcing and external influence. Lastly, Speaker, shop stewards are first and foremost employees of the city before they become elected as shop steward. Therefore, there shall be consideration other than what is agreed at the bargaining council processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We support the policy.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ace.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The item before us refers to the adoption of the Education, Training and Development Framework, which was presented at the portfolio as correctly referred to by Councillor Ngilwana and discussed in detail. And in order for its application to remain current, regular reviews of the framework are required. The city's employees need to be dynamic and continuously adaptable in their approach to addressing service delivery challenges and needs. Training and development plays a crucial role in developing and supporting employees in both their careers, as well as enabling them to execute their job function adequately. This is a perfect time to review our education and training and development framework when the city, and indeed the world, is reviewing policies to assist organizations to emerge more resilient out of the challenges of the global pandemic and the new way of work as dictated by digitalization and automated solutions, in line with the broader imperatives of the city's draft Future of Work. The framework forms a pivotal part and component of the quality management system for the city, as we seek to accredit the city as an academy in the near future. Due to the fact that the city receives funding from the local government sector's education training authorities, the framework must be approved by council, and I therefore ask that the item as indicated on page 57 be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have all parties agreeing with that recommendation. Then we move adoption of the item. Can we move on to the next item, which is item 17Q? And here we have the transfer of land, and the first speaker on that item 17Q is Councillor McMahon.
Madam Speaker, excuse me. With the COVID pandemic still in our midst, the city explored the feasibility of running property auctions via e-auction or an online auction, and the first e-auction occurred in June of this year. Online auctions have become an integral part of the methodology used by auctioneers in the disposal of movable and immovable assets, as the advantage of an online auction is that bidders can bid from anywhere or from any electronic device and link to the auction. So it is that we, the City of Cape Town, will not be left behind in this endeavour and have used technology to improve our business, to deliver on the strategic intent of the EOAM department to become more customer-centric, to optimise full potential of the movable property portfolio, and to improve operational efficiency within a regulatory environment. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to present the recommendations related to the 24 successful bids we have received and processed. All reports have previously been through an internal public and sub-council commenting process, and all the sites were carefully screened to determine their best use and that the purchasers have met all the supply chain management compliance and requirements inter alia, tax clearance, and with no outstanding debts. Madam Speaker, the disposable by competitive process, which is the public auction, were offered for sale by public competition, i.e. the auction, in accordance with the disposal management system. As mentioned, and in accordance with its delegated powers, IPAC on the 6th of September, and these various resolutions recommended that the bid price be accepted. These transfers are now put before Council for adoption, Madam Speaker, and the sites, including those zoned for community, industrial, commercial and residential. And these sites were tendered at market value with a minimum reserve price. In the cases, Madam Speaker, where the tendered price was below market yet above reserve, Market Valuation Section has advised that a price offer between reserve and market value is still deemed to be within the market range and is acceptable. Approximately 35 urban have been successfully auctioned and 24 reports received in total, with the remaining 11 reports still to be put to Council in the last quarter of this year, depending on negotiation, Speaker. The total achieved gross price, excluding VAT, is 22 million rand, and I can add, Speaker, that the Century City site did not achieve the reserve price. Finally, Madam Speaker, the disposal of sites for community use have different parameters, including discount and reversionary clauses, meaning that the addition of special clauses to protect against the abuse of the community use auctions discounted by up to 75% in social care instances. These reversionary clauses are imposed in areas where needed, and the city will, however, still impose the usage clause to ensure the property is used for community use and that the title deed will also limit the use of the property for social care purposes. And there will be a requirement to obtain the city's consent to change that use. Speaker, a full closeout report will be put to MACO in October addressing successes, the lessons learned and the strategy for the unsold sites. Therefore, it is considered with these checks and balances in place, it is reasonable and warranted, Speaker, to dispose of these commercial and community sites, and I so move.
Thank you. This is the collection of items up to SPC 1700. Councillor Turon.
Thanks, Speaker. I thought that from the old to the new that the surname will become better pronounced. But it seems we're not winning that battle, but nevertheless, I'm not going to be sensitive about it. Nevertheless, the matters that I'm addressing, I'll do them one at a time, but I'll indicate our preference for them or against them. The first one would be the 17Q, as you indicated. We opposed this when it was tabled in October 2020, and our view hasn't changed, so we're opposing 17Q. The second one will be 17R. Although there's the matter of public use or social use of the public that the city is claiming, and also taking the one at a loss, what is not clear is that it's always put vaguely for public use or social use of the public, the community. Now, we cannot support something like that because even with the clauses putting in place about reversals, et cetera, you don't know what you're reversing because it doesn't say what is supposed to be done with that land in the interest of the community. That's quite vague. Although it's a cut and paste for every one of the items that deal with the social use or in the interest of the community. Now, surely when somebody is interested or somebody approaches, you already know what you want to do with the land. You can't say, I'm going to do something for the community, which is very open and vague. So we don't agree with 17R. The following one would be 17BB. I think we previously spoke on this property specifically. And it's once again one of those for community use that we think the community will, or the loss, whatever we determine, will be far exceed the use of the community. That is, once again, it's vague. We don't know what is being referred to. And then most of these properties are all very well located. So there is a question that, and never before has it been from October to now, it's finalized, done, and there's others still hanging. And all the ones that is up for today, it's all ones that are very well located, transport routes, et cetera, et cetera. Although the city will make the point about we harness our assets, well, harness it in the interest of who? That's the question. So we don't support 17BB as well. The next one would be 17KK, which is the one in Pelican Park, more Horizon, I think, as opposed to Pelican Park. This one, because of the area where it's at or located, and it's also not clear what it's going to be used for. But on this one, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, so we'll agree to the Pelican Park one. And then on the one in Tafelsig, 17 mm. This is one of those, again, where it's the interest of for social services, properties for the community, etc., but it is not clear, so we don't agree to 17 mm. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dwani.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, please put on record that EFF is against any transfer of land, whereas the city is claiming that it does not have a land to build for our poor people. It is clear that the city does have the land, but not for our people. It is very sad, Speaker, that the so-called caring city, its caring is very selective. So it means that we are on our own. Our people, our poor people are on their own. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that. And then Alderman Voss.
Madam Speaker, firstly, I can confirm that all these sites are located across Cape Town, giving access to land to purchasers from all walks of life. Secondly, I can confirm that the city will achieve from these 24 e-auction transactions 22 million rand. And so going forward, Madam Speaker, we must be committed to fully explore the city's property asset portfolio as a pillar of our economic recovery. Because the property transactions before Council today demonstrates the city's determination to extract not only the best economic value from our property transactions, but also social value. Because, Madam Speaker, through these e-auctions and other property transactions that will come before us, this will continue to allow participation by individual purchasers, giving real opportunities to residents of our city to invest in their own property or business venture. Last year, we successfully sold and transferred approximately 60 properties, and the total value of these transactions concluded was over 105 million rand, where more than 40% of the transactions concluded were to individual purchases and for social care usage. Madam Speaker, real estate underpins so many elements of our economic recovery. It creates jobs through construction, it generates revenue for municipal service delivery, and yes, it provides roofs over our people's heads. And so thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the speakers that spoke in support of the e-auction from the Portfolio Committee, Councillor Ian McMahon. Thank you to the Portfolio who also embraced this e-auction as a new way of disposing of property so that we can get more value out of our assets and put it in people's hands where they can make something of it that will benefit the city and also communities ultimately. So thanks very much.
So thank you, councillors. The items will be recorded, the vote on the items will be recorded independently. The ANC will have voted against item 17Q and item 17BB and item 17MM. The EFF are voting against all items, and then the recommendations are carried.
Speaker, no, we voted against 4 of the items. We
But
only agreed
I
with
thought
one.
that you changed your mind and gave us the benefit of the doubt on the
On one.
KK.
Yeah, there was 5 that I addressed.
Which is the other one?
It's only on KK that we agreed.
Okay, 17, oh, we've got it. Thank you very much. The people that matter have got it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on, councillors. Before we... Does that give us 17 PP?
Takes us right to the end. Sorry.
17 PP. 17 PP. This item is a transaction around the Cape Town desalination plant, and the first speaker is Councillor Cotti. Councillor, you may start.
Speaker, thank you very much again, councillors. Speaker, this item talks about the appointment of the National Treasury Government Technical Advisory Center to conduct and be part of a feasibility stage in terms of the Cape Town permanent desalination plant. Speaker, I want to say to you that, or at least, water is life. Water is not only vital to life, but also vital to business. Desalination was introduced to us during the drought about 3 or 4 years ago. The city embarked on a desalination plant in Monwabisi, Strandfontein, and also in Waterfront. And then those Monwabisi and Strandfontein was decommissioned. And I also know there was a court case between the city and QFS where they claimed about 53 million rand during 2019, of which that particular plant was supposed to deliver 2 million liters of water per day at the cost of 42 million rand. Speaker, the ANC agree with this item, but we want to stress again the point, as we have done in the past, that desalination is not a viable option, it's an expensive option, and desalination should not be looked at as the last resort. It should be viewed as a great and viable option and cost-effective solution to our scarcity of water needs. But I also want to refer you back to the court case at Waterfront, where the report was given to the contractors, and even the scientists at that point in time warned the city about the pollution caused by the Greenpoint sewer outlet pipe in the Waterfront situation. Speaker, further to that, even a chemistry professor at UWC during 2017 also highlighted the fact that the water quality at that particular outlet was also a problem. But by and large, Speaker, we agree with this item that the water, the National Department will be spearheading this Technical Advisory Center feasibility stage for permanent water. I thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Punt.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with the ANC also agree to this item, I hereby move this item as recommended on page 423 to be supported by Council to appoint the National Treasury Government Technical Advisory Center as a transaction advisor for the feasibility stage of the City of Cape Town's permanent desalination project.
Thank you very much. All councillors in favour of that recommendation? Thank you. Item 17RR. This is a recommendation on page 541. Councillor Pimpy.
Good afternoon, Speaker. The item, Speaker, that is in front of me, the ANC agrees to enter in a 3-year agreement with the Cape Town Tourism for 2022 in order to provide destination management services to the city of Cape Town. However, we still do not see any benefits from tourism in our local economy. Tourists are encouraged to visit poor informal areas. Roads infrastructure is also poor in our communities, making tourism suffer. Those things need attention, but we agree with the item. We have been having a good relationship with the City of Cape Town Tourism for some time. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Vos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to table before Council a report to approve the service delivery agreement with Cape Town Tourism. It's a demonstration of our commitment towards tourism, especially as our peak holiday season approaches, and our priority now turns to programs and plans that will diversify and transform the tourism industry to all corners of our city and also our international campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you. We move in the recommendation. All in favour? Thank you very much. We move on to item 17SS with the recommendation on page 550. Councillor Zondani.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, On the 28th of August 2020, the President of South Africa and the President of the ANC announced the employment stimulus plan in response to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the current recession we're facing as a country. And further to that, the President requested that all 8 metros should actually submit some project scope of how they can upscale the public employment program. And the city of Cape Town was one of the metros who did that. I'm not going to mention about the 7 they did, I'm just talking about the city of Cape Town. They did that, and those application forms resulted to the city securing 160 million. Okay. In front of us, we have an item which says, no, the 160 million will most probably be released in January during the adjustment budget by the National Treasury, because it must first be gazetted. Now, in front of us, Alderman Force is saying, look, let's put additional amendments to say that on the current cash flow that we have or reserve we have, let's start implementing the programs that generate work, because this money must have been spent by end of June next year. So, which is quite a good thing. We can't say no to that. We are for job creation as well. It's just that where I would love Alderman Force to respond would be, you add up the 2 amounts which go to PEDI. PEDI is getting about 17 million rand, and Kulisa Social Solution is getting about 18 million rand. It gives you about 35 million rand. And you've got 160 million rand here. And this item is silent about the difference of 135 million. We want to know that difference. Is it already allocated somewhere? Or are we saying we will see what to do with it when it comes in January? And that is where the clarity will be. Look, of course, it will be naive for the ANC to say no to this item, because we brought it to the city of Cape Town. We gave the city this money by the President. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Voss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I mean, the National Treasury responded very positively to our submission, because as a well-run city, they know that we've got the ability and capability to spend the money where it matters most, and that's for job creation. And so we would like to thank then the National Treasury City Support Program for acknowledging that fact. And so, Madam Speaker, the request is for the funding for these projects to be initially breached by the relevant departments through their existing budgets, and that those departments will then recoup these funds when the money from National Treasury is allocated. So the commitment is there from the Chief Financial Officer that the monies will come through the various line departments. In fact, we are ready to roll. I know that Solid Waste Management is the first department that will roll out these programs. And so the jobs are public service related and vary from cleaning and repairing public facilities, the training to fire and safety educators and marshals to be deployed in informal settlements, illegal dumping, clearing, alien vegetation clearing. So there's going to be a wide spectrum of jobs created. And then how will people be recruited? Through the EPWP database. And so it will be about 3,903 unemployed residents that will now receive employment opportunities as we approve this report today. And Madam Speaker, I think it's also a wonderful example, and I must acknowledge all the line departments here, how the line departments across the city galvanized into swift action when the opportunity came about to implement these projects that will really make a tangible difference in the lives of our people. And so as we move into the recovery phase of this pandemic, I really believe that this kind of a response from the city is going to be needed more as we seek out innovative ways to foster economic growth and job creation. And therefore, I have pleasure to table the report and with those amendments which we've carried into MACO to make sure that we safeguard the risk and that we spend monies now, and then when the money comes from National Treasury in the adjustment budget, we will then recoup those funds. Thank you.
Okay, so all in favour of the recommendation? Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, we are in favor. I might have missed it because Force speaks complicated English. The difference, I said there's 160 million, so 35 million goes out, and what's the difference?
He just explained that.
Yeah, that's the complicated English.
He explained it. He can come and explain it again to you.
Okay, he did explain that.
But we did approve the recommendation.
But if I don't understand, must that be explained outside and not in this meeting? I mean, this meeting.
Well, we've all heard it now once.
Come again?
We've heard the explanation. Some of these councillors are needing to get some sustenance because they're diabetic. So we need to move on. Perhaps Councillor Force will speak directly in your ear.
Okay, Speaker.
Thank you.
It's okay. Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendation is carried. Councillors, that is the end of this volume 2E. We are going to adjourn for 40 minutes. So if we can be back here by 2:15 to conclude the meeting. Thank you. The food is, you can leave your laptops and stuff here. The security is here. And there are boxes of food outside here for the people in the chamber. And there are boxes downstairs in the banqueting hall for the councillors that are in the banqueting hall.
Good day, councillors. We just want to remind you there's no eating in the chamber, eating and drinking. You can go to room 2 and have your snacks there or outside. Thank you.
Are you well? No, good man, holding on man, holding on man. Hello. No? Alsjeblieft toch. Ja. Heel veel bekend man. No, I'm taking the stuff, but I think ja, maar ik ben een balans op dan zeg. Ik ga balans schrijven in Rans. Het zijn jullie een nice program voor jeugd man, hè? Ja. Yes, yes, that's it's over there. It's over there. Yes. Weet jy ek het doen wat ek gebeur. You want to German maar. Yes. 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 Je gaat me dan maar van stil staan. Oké, bye-bye. I didn't know that. Nobody knows anything about the corruption money, people money. Up to this time, when did he die? Oh, hospitals. You could break, don't say anything. Sorry, I'm sorry, Let's good. Ik kom ook aan toe op zich vergadering. Die CEO, dan moet je weten met die annual president. Zeker, we gaan niet zeggen, goed meer. Dan hebben we mij daarop. Alles is goed. Ik weet het niet. So you ask me now, please tell me what you want to do. Give me the question. We know. So you're so happy about the local. Dankie julle. Nee, nee, klaar. The process is quite done as well.
Is klaargemaakt, dat wordt niet. Yes. Ja? 17 is.
Ja.
Because I'm one is correct now.
Councillors, it's past. Can we restart the meeting? We're now on volume 3A, and the first item is item number 18, and the recommendations appear on page 1 and 2, and our speakers are Councillor Turon.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Theron here.
An English Turon.
Yeah.
Speaker, sorry, is it possible that Councillor Theron could just speak up a bit, please, so we can hear him, please, Speaker?
You want me to shout? Speaker, this transfer, or that's before us here, makes for interesting reading. So first time I see...
Councillor, settle down, please, and please don't interject while the speaker's trying to address the meeting.
As per normal, this piece of property is very well situated, almost inside the town centre in Mitchells Plain. And it's the first time I see the DA-led administration use the words like pro-poor and the working class, etc., etc. I don't know what's the motivation behind it. Taking into account the set location of this property, the motivating factors, from amongst others, where the city would be the pro-poor, and also that the property must be acquired by an NPO, a registered NPO. It's the first time even that language is used. Now, it makes me suspicious why an NPO, and especially it's for rehabs, etc., etc., vulnerable youth. Now, I only know of a few vulnerable youth institutions in the plain. And that almost says to me, I wonder if this is not for the new demarcated Ward 78. Yeah, so those who in the know will know why I'm saying Ward 78 specifically. Now, this vagueness of this report must be to an NGO for X, Y, and Z, but not saying who and when and how. That is problematic. So, as stated, I don't think we are going to be supporting this item. So you can take it as the ANC saying we are against the item, as stated. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me? Thank you, Speaker.
Come forward and find a mic that works, please. There we go. There we go.
Thank you, Speaker. Sub-Council 12 supported this item, and it's obviously good for our community, and hence I move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is approved. However, the ANC want to record their vote against, and the EFF want to record their vote against.
I vote against, Speaker, yes.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
We are fresh from lunch.
Thank you. The motion's carried. Can we move on to item SPC 22? This is also a property item. Councillor Ngani. Ngani. Okay. Councillor, are you ready? Ngani, yes, speak.
Yes. Good afternoon, Speaker. Le item le iphambi kwethu ithetha ngomhlaba onikezelwa icawe. Singumbutho ke ophikisayo apha esixekweni. Silecayo mayinikwe lo mhlaba kuba icawa sifuna ukuzenza izinto zoba sibe zi-voting cows esingazukwazi uzinceda xa kufuneka zincedwe. So siyavumelana balo mhlaba mawunikwe le cawe. Enkosi, Speaker.
Thank you. The interpreter.
Thank you, Chairperson. This item is about the offering of land to the church. We, as a party, we agree that this should be done, and we fully agree with it, with that item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palompo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the item is item 22 on page 155, granting of in principle approval proposed transfer of direct transaction to the city from the city-owned land at Kylie Chamti Street. Madam Speaker, this item comes a long way since 2009. The city has come out of agreement that the city not to demolish informal structures that were built before 2009, 21 October. Instead, the occupier should apply for transfer of property. Madam Speaker, but before I sit down, Madam Speaker, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the opportunity given by my party to serve in council for the past 5 years. It has been a great honor to serve the people of Cape Town. Furthermore, let me congratulate everyone who has been selected by their political party to continue with this great journey. Let's do this again, Madam Speaker, after the 1st of November 2021. Madam Speaker, therefore, move the item to be adopted by Council as outlined in page 151 of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the item is moved, the recommendation is moved. The ANC are supporting that item. The EFF are not supporting the item.
No, Speaker, we don't support.
Okay, thank you very much. Then,
no, I'm still speaking.
No, but you're not a speaker to the item. Do you support the recommendation or not?
Any transfer or sale of land.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is carried. The next item is item 26A, and the recommendation is on page 1 and 2. It's a property in Guguletu. Councillor Manata.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, regarding this land, there's some confusion here. There is a church that bought this land in 2010, and they've got documentations that they've got. A sum of 9,676 was paid for this land by this church, and I've got evidence with me, which on the 8th of December 2017, they did pay this sum of money. I would suggest that this can be deferred and a proper check out of this land be done, and it must go back to the sub-council. I thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Ngavash.
Thanks, Speaker. Upon hearing the councillor earlier, so we had, I took initiative to talk to officials that were busy with the transaction. So there seemed to be no evidence of that. So I would suggest that we move the item, Speaker, but allow me to say earlier, Adjournment 4 said that these transactions gives access to people from all walks of life. Yes. And I want to draw your attention that part of some of the governing parties, the Democratic Alliance values, speaks to Section 25 of the Constitution as adequate as is. It doesn't need to be changed. So amongst all these transactions of property signifies that pillar to say that people can be given access to land like this church and NPCs and NGOs. So there is no need to change the Constitution, Speaker. I move the recommendation.
Clarity, Speaker.
Can a point of clarity, Councillor Zondani?
Yeah, Speaker. Okay, maybe perhaps I jumped because my view was that I would like you to take us into confidence. Here's the Speaker of the ANC saying that I've got a live evidence, live, like now, we can see with your eyes. And here is the Councillor of the ANC saying that there is no such thing.
Point of order.
Sorry,
I'm going to come to that.
Yeah. So what's going on?
So Councillor Zondani, we're going to deal with that. The legal advisor.
She must not be mischievous in this meeting.
But the point is this, that the legal advisor,
Yes.
that information that your councillor says she has, we don't have. So what we need to do is to ensure that that due diligence is done. So the only thing we can do here is recommend this, agree with the recommendation subject to the due diligence showing that this piece of ground is available for sale. It might well be that the same earth number is used on a large property and it's been subdivided. We will do the due diligence. So if it's obviously already owned by somebody else, well, then we can't do a transfer. So that will come out in the next phase, which is the due diligence.
Can we amend that? Can Councillor Ngabashe respond to that, please?
In a minute, Councillor Makazi.
Thank you, Speaker. I was going to speak along the lines of what you're raising, because as a sub-council chair, that matter came to my attention last night with the owner of the church having provided proof to myself and Councillor Manata. And all of those documents that Councillor Manata has got legal stamps of the city with all the processes that normally get to be, to unfold at the end. So our worry is we're not against the fact that the old age home should get that land, but our worry is the duplication of giving the same person the same land twice. So that process needs to be followed to the latter so that we don't approve an item here and at the end it causes conflict or a feud in a community.
Thank you. We can't transfer a piece of land twice. So that will come out. Councillor Forst, Alderman Forst, do you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. You're quite correct. So we need a council resolution to get the transfer in motion. We've done a title deed search dated today, and it clearly shows that it belongs to the City of Cape Town. That's the title deed search that I've got with me, looking at the city's title deed document. So Earth 4501 is an unregistered portion of Earth 8632. So my recommendation, we need a council resolution. Let's take the decision and build into the recommendation that due diligence must happen to ensure that there's no duplication, and then all those facts will be checked, because for property management to start now with the negotiations and to conclude the sale, we need a council resolution. So I'm concerned that if we delay the decision, those negotiations will fall away and then a good deed will go undone.
So, Alderman, we need an addendum to that recommendation that the due process to investigate the ownership as per the information given by the Councillor Makazi is proceeded with, and then whatever happens has to come back. All right, thank you. Then do we agree? All right. Then 26B.
Sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Adams.
Yes, if I may, on that note, before we move, we cannot accept the recommendation. We need to stop the recommendation pending a further investigation. There is many of this type of issues. I sit with so many of this exact type of issue because we cannot pass a resolution. We need to stop it and pending further investigation. Please.
Councillor Adams, happy birthday. So on that point, that's exactly what we're going to do. But we have to have this recommendation to allow us to do that due diligence. So it cannot transfer twice. So rest assured, it will come back when we have a final recommendation. Okay? Can we move on to 26B, which is an item on Earth 63554, and the recommendations on page 55. And the speaker here is Councillor Kwakazi. I don't know that. No, that's not nice. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, manibulele emhlali ngaphambili ngelithuba undiphalona. Le plot kuthethwa ngayo ise wardini yami. So as a ward councillor of that area and as the ANC, say support motion yokuthi la ERF inikezelwe kukhanyisa education center. Because they've been there for a long time. Now it's high time ukuthi mayibe phansi kwegama labo. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bolompo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a proposed transfer of 63554 in Kailicha to Kanyisa Education Center. Madam Speaker, this item demonstrates exactly how it is to be governed by the DA, because DA gets things done, regardless of your color or whether who you are. And for as long as you stay in the city of Cape Town that is led by the city of by the DA, then you'll see things getting done. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I move this item to be adopted as outlined in page 55 of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So all in favor of the recommendation? Except the EFF. Thank you very much. Then we move on to the next item that requires our attention is item 26L, and that's the development charges. Councillor Alderman Bazir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Speaker. All protocol observed. Speaker, the ANC is in opposition in this council and has the right to agree or to disagree when it comes to portfolio committee meetings versus the ANC caucus. It needs people with a mature sense of debate. If not, tough luck. Sorry. Speaker, as the ANC, we do not agree with this item. Our understanding is that the USDG funding is being given to municipalities for bulk services to support human settlement development for the various subsidy brands. Despite the constitutional requirements to deliver housing, deliver the rest of, and with the assistance of national and provincial government, local government has the responsibility to ensure local development. National government supports its responsibility by giving this grant to municipalities. We need to take money out of our rates base to fund the development cost. It would actually be more prudent to ring-fence the human settlements for subsidy bands from incurring development costs. After these developments are primarily restitution of human dignity projects. Speaker, I would like to ask the following questions. Why are the costs attached to the development charges being offset to be paid from the USDG? Have these projects been identified and have these projects contributed to subsidize housing, and what is the municipal policy basis for this payment? Speaker, I want to thank and want to convey my thanks and appreciation for your kind words this morning. Thank you very much.
It's only a pleasure. Councillor Boy.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I'd intended not to talk much on the 10 minutes that have been given, but in light of the lack of understanding on the matter, I'm bound now to make a submission. And I must say, Speaker, on this development contributions, USDG conditions don't permit it. So I hope Alderman Bazir will have to understand that. Furthermore, Speaker, these charges, they're all developers, whether they are residential, commercial, or industrial, they are charged from development contribution to connect into the existing infrastructure that has been provided historically by the city. This contribution is intended to offset the historic construction costs should the developer have to provide new bulk infrastructure. The cost of the new infrastructure is offset against the development conditions due by the developer. I'll try and be slow, Speaker. This policy also applies to Human Settlements Directorate, which is us as the City of Cape Town, even though it is a development arm of the city. Human Settlements provides new infrastructure funded from USDG on most of its developments, but often this has small infill developments that link into existing bulk infrastructure. I'll make a simple example, Speaker. Pexabos is a small development of approximately 130 units that will connect to the surrounding infrastructure. In this case, Human Settlements will have to pop out 1 million rands for this small development due to these development charges. Now, this is why we welcome this particular decision. And I don't understand how it cannot be accepted by the ANC. Human Settlements undertakes its development through a grant funding provided by National Department of Human Settlements, which provides all the citizens of the City of Cape Town and other metros. The grant conditions do not, I'll repeat, Speaker, the grant conditions do not allow for payment of development contribution and therefore does not have access to funding for the development contribution. The only avenue for human settlements will be to approach the city for funding, which will then be paid to the city. Now, I'm sure she knows the city-to-city passes, so it does not make sense, Speaker. Therefore, considering the total value of USDG funding that has been used by the various line departments to construct bulk infrastructure, which by far exceeds the value of the development contribution required, Human Settlements request that the development costs be offset against the USDG conditions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we're going to put the recommendation. We have the ANC not supporting it. Does everybody else support the recommendation? The EFF does not support it. Okay, the motion's carried. I'm just going back. My committee secretary here is concerned that we did not agree to the recess. As far as I'm concerned, we did all agree to the recess. I have it as agreed. We've got it agreed. Okay, you can stop worrying. Okay, councillors, we're moving on then to volume 4A, and the first item to discuss is item 30. No. So we've got item 27, which is Councillor Kasim's questions. He had two questions. The first question and the answers appear on pages 1 and 2. Do you have any supplementary questions?
Speaker, I chatted with the mayor this morning. We're happy about it, and he's promised to send me something via email. He's not here. I hope he will remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Councillor Kasim, item 28, you also had questions, and the answers are on page 3 to 5.
Same applies. Thank you.
And then does that apply to item 29 as well? Thank you very much. Then we move on to item 30, which is Councillor Kwanwana's motion, which appears on page 1 to 5. We have the motion which has been tabled. Councillor Mackenzie, you may now speak. Sorry, Councillor, Councillor Mackenzie, just wait.
No, I just wanted to check because you have said now on 29, which is Councillor Ngolwana's question, whereby I'm not sure.
So we'll go back to that because it's incorrectly written here.
All right.
Okay. So if we go back to question 29, which was a question from Councillor Ngolwana, and the answers have been given on pages 6 to 13. And does the council have any supplementary question?
Thank you, Speaker. The supplementary question is on question number 6, which deals with the provision of basic services to informal settlements. You may categorize them as illegal occupied, but those informal settlements has been in those areas for over 24 months now. There is no certainty and direct answer in terms of provision of services to those. I hear that a certain department must first recognize. That's not the answer. The person who was answering the question was in a position to ask that department, when are you recognizing those informal settlements for the purpose of provision of services? Can I get that, Chair? Thank you.
So thank you for the question. A supplementary question, we will get an answer to you. Okay. Item 30, which is a motion from Councillor Ngolwana, and we have the motion in front of us.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this motion is probably the clearest piece of evidence that the ANC has produced, indicating, in fact, that the DA manifesto is the only policy that can actually save South Africa. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Speaker,
Councillor
what is more concerning, Speaker, but not
Speaker.
surprising at all,
Speaker.
is that it's taken
Speaker.
5...
Speaker.
Angus Mackenzie, Councillor Kwana,
Yes, in terms of rules of order for council.
you may table your
Yes.
motion.
Table, yeah.
Yeah, keep quiet, my brother.
So you'd like me to repeat the obvious again, Speaker? No
If
problem.
you can just allow the councillor
no
to
problem.
table his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout history, cities have been the main centers of learning, culture, and innovations. It is not surprising that the whole world, most urban countries tend to be the richest and have the highest human development. Investing in essential infrastructure propels growth and human development. There has been some progress in narrowing the infrastructure deficit in recent decades, but much more needs to be done. Good planning and sound management is needed to manage rapid urbanization. This can be done by appreciating and recognizing a national urbanization strategy as a first step to help to identify urban development priorities, shape plans, and better coordinate actions by all the actors involved, including the private sector. Intergovernmental relations are also key to successful urbanization. National, provincial, and local governments need to be connected and share a similar vision. As this city continues to grow, it will need to cater to rapid growing demands for public services and infrastructure, as in many places it does not keeping up. For example, almost 100,000 Capetonians, urban slums dwellers, such as COVID in Mfuleni and Kraaifontein, Etemben in Makaza, Kyukyu in Site B, and many more, lack adequate sanitation, which along with paucity of safe drinking water raises the risk of communicable diseases, particularly among children. And urbanization creates income and opportunity disparities, not only between rural and urban areas, but also among socio-economic groups in cities. The world needs inclusive and sustainable urbanization as a milestone in path towards social economic development, as recognized by Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. For above to be realized, I so move that this council support the motion to implement a transversal system of government that recognizes the ability of sub-councils and their roles in achieving and managing rapid urbanization by providing a technical management skills and budget to sub-councils. 1, to increase capacity to engage with public, implement, monitor, and evaluate local public policies and services. 2, strong capacity to design essential infrastructure such as roads, informal settlement upgrading programs, and sewer lines. 3, decentralization on all of the above mandates from all departments to create similar structures at sub-council level. I move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and your motion is seconded by Councillor Moshani. Councillor Mackenzie.
Speaker, before I start, I'd like to give the councillor the opportunity possibly to withdraw the motion to save himself the drama, but I'm not sure if he's keen for that. No? Okay, then we'll proceed. All right.
Let me respond. I don't smoke dacha. If he smoke dacha, he must go and meet Rasta.
All right, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, this is probably the clearest piece of evidence that the ANC has produced, indicating that the DA, in fact, the DA's manifesto is in fact the only policy that can save South Africa. Speaker, what is more concerning yet not surprising is that it has taken 5 years for Councillor Nkulwana to bring anything to council, and while we knew, if we looked at his ward and the wards that the ANC control in the city, they were non-existent. It is encouraging that after 5 years, something is coming from the ANC caucus. Thank you very much. Now, Speaker, what is painfully alarming here is that while the DA strives to decentralize power, which is evident in places like Cape Town where we govern, it is in fact the ANC that opts for a different model, the complete opposite of decentralization. Cape Town is the only municipality which has sub-councils, which not only brings people closer to council, but also ensures thorough oversight of various projects from planning to implementation through various structures such as ward committees, ward councillors, CBOs, and the sub-council itself. Sub-council speaker is, in fact, works more closely with project managers in the design, planning, and implementations of roads, informal settlements, as well as the upgrading of sewer lines. And so it is for this reason, Speaker, that year after year we have received clean audits, because we actually ensure that oversight is effective. And Speaker, I must say that this motion is probably better suited to serve before an ANC NEC than before a council that's already implementing it. However, Speaker, this begs the question: where has the ANC councillors and the ANC sub-council chairs been for the last 5 years? You see, Speaker, while we as a party continue to fight for decentralization and devolvement of functions such as rail and electricity, it's the very ANC that wants to keep it locked up in Latuli House, and I think we all know why they want to do that. You see, Speaker, Cape Town has experienced unprecedented growth and urbanization over the last few years, with more and more people choosing to come to a city that works than continue to live in the pain and horror of ANC control. Recently, that number skyrocketed when droves of people lined the N2 from Durban to Cape Town when an ANC faction lost control in an ongoing power struggle within their party. Let's not forget. And while we as a city have prepared for this influx, the stats don't lie. Cape Town offers the best services, the best opportunities, and the best chance to find a job, despite national governments cutting funding to the city, stealing from the poor, and not paying their staff, but instead handing out money to people at church services. Yes. Let me end, Speaker. Councillor Nkolwani has been present from the start of this term, so he should have known that what he is requesting is already happening. Through various of his own ward allocation projects, it is clear that the implementation thereof of a DA policy to give powers to sub-council, Speaker. And he mustn't forget the elaborate 160,000 Rand Heritage Day event he had recently in his ward. Speaker, however, as a city, we need to drive the evolution of powers further. We need to bring IPPs on board for cheaper electricity and to stop load shedding. We need to stop PRASA from further destroying our rail infrastructure. And instead of taking law enforcement to a depleted SAPS, rather ensure that we continue to fight for provincial policing. So I propose, Speaker, that this motion is deferred to the Portfolio Committee for further consideration and workshopping. But I also would request, very importantly, Speaker, that Councillor Nkolwani table this motion at the next ANC internal meeting to ensure that the ANC moves it so that we can devolve power from failing national government to municipalities that work and change the lives of people. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Twig.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I won't mention all the things that Councillor Mackenzie raised, but I'd like to just start off by just saying thank you very much to all the colleagues for the last 5 years that I could serve with you. Speaker, allow me also to thank Councillor Gondwana for the endorsement of the Democratic Alliance-led City of Cape Town governance through this motion. Because what the councillor is actually doing on the eve of an election is actually telling the electorate that the DA is the choice. It was the choice for the last 5 years, and it will be after the 1st of November. Thank you very much. Speaker, it is a fact that where the DA governs, it gets things done. It is therefore particularly interesting that the ANC has brought a motion to expand on the functionality of sub-councils. But it is certainly not surprising because DA good governance is contagious. It's stick on. Whenever you are as close to it as the councillor serving in a sub-council is, I am not surprised that he brings this motion. Because, Speaker, if the ANC does what we do in Cape Town, South Africa will be a better place for all of us. And we would suggest, Speaker, that there should be similar motions from the ANC to also tell their national NEC that we are also capable of getting things done at the Metro Rail as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a recommendation from Councillor Mackenzie that the motion be referred to the portfolio committees. Do we support that motion, that amendment? All in favour? Thank you. Can we move then to item 31?
Speaker, there was a second recommendation that the council needs to agree to, that he sends it to the ANC for tabling at the NEC.
Let's just deal with the things that are in our ambit. Okay. Councillor Nokawana?
Thank you, Speaker. As a mover of the motion, I would agree if the motion will go to a portfolio committee responsible for it to take it further. This is an admission, Speaker, that Cape Town has 3 cities in one. If what they can do in town would happen in Gugulethu and Khayelitsha, there would be no such
Councillor,
motion.
we're already on motion 31, item 31.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
No problem.
I read the rules, Chair. I read the rules. I present the motion and there's a counter and I have to come back if necessary.
All
That's
right.
the rules saying so.
Okay.
So I am going to the next one now, as you are saying.
So you've agreed and that's all going to the portfolio committee and you're going to the ANC head office. Okay. Now we're going to item 31. Sorry, I'm battling to keep up with you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not a fan of adverts. The item 34.
No, go back. We're on item 31.
I'm in 31, yes. Yeah, I'm on 31, yes.
Okay, thank you.
In many of our townships, skirmishing, poor environmental sanitation, waste management is worrisome, as the basic approaches to disinfect and combat the rot cause of this communal canker are not meticulously adhered to and applied accordingly. While municipal budget on management of waste is likely to take about a certain percentage out of total budgetary allocation to entire municipality by a central government to implement the 3-year medium-term development plans. To save the urban areas from being plunged into turmoil because of waste, there is the need for introduction of pay-as-you generate for residential and pay as we collect for commercial mechanisms to be developed in financing urban waste infrastructure. The system should be concentrated to local private contractors to handle. In addition, it is not enough to educate the people not to arbitrarily dispose of waste, but proper skip containers should be placed at vintage points to service residents. It is no work done if we do not have enough skip containers to accommodate the amount of waste generated by residents. It is therefore expedient for government in this city of Cape Town to deal with the root cause of waste management problems rather than focusing on palliative measures. Urban authorities such as this city should prioritize their waste management interventions, explore alternative ways of financing waste management infrastructure, revise decentralization policy. Therefore, as this city, we have a system of delegation that recognizes the sub-council structures of council as a structure of council with limited delegation, while there is a huge responsibility as the most local structure of government above the ward councillor. I therefore move this motion seconded by Councillor Mabato Kumeg, move that this council support the motion to give more powers, authority and budget to sub-councils to manage all solid waste depot within their boundaries. Sub-council to control and operate, to control operations and implementation of communication of behavioral change. I move, Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Limburg.
Thank you, Speaker. So I do appreciate and respect efforts made by councillors who apply their mind to how we can enhance services. And therefore, I want to thank Councillor Ngwana for his motion, which at the heart of it is about promoting the principle of devolution of powers and functions to the lowest level, which are most in touch with the challenges on the ground. But I unfortunately have to raise some concerns with aspects of the motion, especially when the councillor's own political party doesn't even practice this very principle. But instead, the City of Cape Town is continually trying to shield itself from national government's attempt to centralize decision-making powers. I could list examples of these, but would need the Speaker to extend my speaking time to get through what is becoming a growing list. Thankfully, more recently, with the help of SALGA, we were able to petition the President from signing the amendments to the National Land Transport Act, which would have only further paralyzed metros from implementing transport-orientated solutions to create connected cities. Councillor Ngwana also states that urban authorities such as this city should prioritize their waste management interventions, explore alternative ways of financing waste management infrastructure, and revise decentralized policies. Speaker, firstly, the Solid Waste Management Department's operating model is one that offers a wide range of services, and these are well established, funded by both tariffs and the rates account, and the department also uses external funding mechanisms to extend waste services, and the item on volume 2E is a prime example of this. The city's Solid Waste Management Department are also continually exploring and piloting alternatives. In Harare, for example, Brooklyn, Guguletu, Delft, West Bank, and Bloekombos, collectively we diverted more than 98 tons of recyclables at the city's recycling swap shop. The pilot gave residents the opportunity to exchange recyclables for vouchers, which they then could use to purchase items such as food and clothing. And the city is now planning to extend the service within the successfully trialed areas and explore expansion to new densely populated areas due to its success in reducing illegal dumping and littering. This was one of the initiatives highlighted in the local authority recycling initiative category at the PETCO Award, where the City of Cape Town won first place. The Council's motion states that it is not enough to educate the people to not arbitrarily dispose of waste, but proper skip containers should be placed at vantage points. Yes, Councillor, I agree it's not enough, but it's part of the holistic solution that is needed. And annually, container rollout is expanded across the city, but Councillor Ngwana would have also seen that the city rolled out over 5,000 new refuse bin designs in Doornbach informal settlement, which we designed with CPUT and the community, and we plan to expand to other informal settlements as part of formalizing waste service provision. Councillor Ngwana's motion claims that the city is being expedient by dealing with the root cause of waste management problems rather than focusing on measures. Speaker, one would think that dealing with the root cause of a problem is where you would logically start in order to develop effective measures to address and develop sustainable solutions. The Council calls on more powers and authority and budget to sub-councils to manage all solid waste depots within their boundaries. So I want to point or emphasize the obvious here. At least this municipality has sub-councils which empower localized decision-making powers or functions. And since the establishment of sub-councils, Speaker, sub-councils have been empowered with more authority over time. And we plan to enhance this ability to make localized decisions to empower communities to form part of solutions. Speaker, Solid Waste Management also consults and plans with sub-councils in both in terms of area cleansing and solid waste removal services in informal settlements, and invests in area-based waste solutions. From our multiple drop-offs, which we open to residents and businesses at no cost, and since 2017, the city has budgeted more than 200 million rand in upgrading these facilities and building new facilities. This to make waste minimization more convenient for residents and reducing pressure on our landfills and our environment. Sub-councils should take control of operations and implement communication of behavioral change the council calls on. But Speaker, it's important just to point out that sub-councils are responsible for public participation, and all outreach activations to drive behavioral change campaigns like the one that Solid Waste drives with water and sanitation, such as our Bin It, Don't Block It campaign, are done in collaboration with urban management through sub-councils. So very much what the councillor is asking for, Speaker, is already in place and is being expanded in various different ways. And therefore, I do not think that this motion, Speaker, is necessary. But what the councillor can look forward to is how we further devolve powers to a local level to empower communities on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Nieuwoudt.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. It is a unique experience to find myself acknowledging the ANC requesting DA policy implementation. It is indeed a time and a frame in history. Thank you, Councillor Ngualawana and Councillor Kumeki for supporting the necessary for decentralization of decision-making, implementation and monitoring. As the DA government, we understand and practice participatory democracy. As the only metro with structured, functional sub-councils, we have shown the DA difference in contrasting the ANC cadre-deployed, closed, centralized model, a model that ensures share and share alike the fruit of corruption. Thank you, Councillor, for acknowledging and supporting the DA strategy of decentralization within government. In managing this motion, Speaker, I agree that solid waste do have a multiplicity of communication and participation, but I would suggest that we also then send this to urban management in acknowledging the request for further delegations to the sub-council. Thank you.
Clarity from you, Speaker, from you.
Councillor,
I just want to find out, Speaker, why do you allow so many councillors to speak against one councillor?
well,
I mean,
it's something that gets
we're
done
here.
at the
We
Speaker's
want to come
meeting.
in. We are here.
Councillor Gulwana, do you want to respond?
No, thanks, Chair. I assume that the respondents to the motion do understand the delegations to sub-councils. For an example, Umhlekazi Pa, he has been a sub-council chair for a very long time, frustrated, because if refuse is not collected, people come to sub-council. They don't go to the depot. So that itself is an indication that there is a need to further work on this. I agree if it must go to urban management for further engaging on this one. Unfortunately, Chair, this is my last council meeting. I'm one of those that are not coming back who have served in this council. It is only expected that those that are moving these motions to portfolios for discussions, their conscience will rise in 2021-22 going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Then that recommendation has been carried to move to urban management. The next item is item 32, which is a motion from Councillor Haynes.
Thank you, Speaker. Just on the point raised by Councillor Twick and others, it is not the first motion that ANC councillors are tabling. Some of them has been rejected and others are still hanging because Hanama need to implement. Speaker, the motion in front of us is about requesting for changing in or bettermenting of some of the funds. In many of our townships, no, see, I'm reading something wrong here. My apologies. The Forest Village Housing Project is a provincial housing project for beneficiaries of City of Cape Town on the City of Cape Town housing database. With a total of 4,820 housing units, that equals 4,820 families of which 80% of the beneficiaries have moved into their houses already. Beneficiaries are from the surrounding Blue Downs and Fuleni area, including the Into Gateway project. The project have 4 open spaces, as has been indicated from the onset when the project was initiated and workshopped through the sub-council for community use, and 2 of which 2 are earmarked for ECDs. We are on the, I think, 8th year now of people having moved in, six years of people moving in. A request was put to the line department in 2020 to have a facility built or at least have a mobile structure erected for the community to use as the ECD center. The response was, both to myself and the ward councillor, the response was that the line department do not have funds for the next 5 years to build or maintain the facility. We're noting that in the absence of a nearby facility, some residents started using their houses, small as they are, for creches to assist parents who are working and to keep kids from the street and at least give them some smallanyana education. Children have a constitutional right to be educated from an early age and be protected, and that the government of the day have the responsibility to provide for their needs. Councillor Hines, seconded by Councillor Simons, moved the motion that Council agree to the following. 1, the line department begin to reprioritize its budget to avail funds for a facility. 2, the line department engage with the potential donors or NGOs, including current construction companies who have big contracts from both City of Cape Town and the government, provincial government, on their social responsibility and on contribution and social responsibility contribution, so that we can begin to move and ensure that the community of Forest Village and the Greater East River have a facility before the land goes for something else. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Badruddin.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think the answer to the councillor's motion is already in the first 2 lines of the motion that she's presented. She very clearly states that this is a provincial government housing project. And so very clearly we must appreciate the fact that the land and the precinct that you've identified, Councillor, belongs to province. So no matter in terms of your first recommendation, line department, which you don't reference, recommending that they reprioritize their budget, city cannot do anything in that particular precinct. And I think that after having served so many years in local government, you would have appreciated that, Councillor. But because the DA government recognizes the importance of working with vulnerable communities, supporting our ECD sector, especially for the future of our youth and our city, it's our recommendation then that this motion be referred to the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee for further consideration. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Hines.
Speaker, I am utterly disappointed in Councillor Badruddin, having so much respect for him. I have had engagements with officials between myself, Councillor Fitz, and the sub-council chair for the last 3 years. And this was the response that we got. It is not a human settlements issue. The land has been confirmed by the provincial government, the project manager, that those 4 pieces of land, and officials of his department is aware of it, that the land, all 4 pieces belongs to the City of Cape Town. Hence, it can't be referred to human settlement. It belonged to the City of Cape Town, earmarked for those type of, for the use of community and ECDs. So I really don't understand why it must go back to human settlement, because the people that come there, that came there and are still coming there, is from the City of Cape Town's database, and it's from that basis that I'm moving and saying that the city have a further responsibility to ensure that we assist in educating and housing those beneficiaries from our own database who are now residents in the Forest Village area. I thank you, Speaker.
So, Councillor, we will need to make a decision on this item. If you're asking that Council that the line department reprioritize its budget, there is a process, and that's the budgetary process to deal with that issue. If you're asking that the line department engage with potential donors and NGOs, well, perhaps that's something we should refer to that sub-council and get the ball rolling, because we can send it to social development, but if you're not having any joy there, it needs to start somewhere. So the recommendation is that it goes to sub-council.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm happy to take that recommendation. In consultation with Councillor Nikelo earlier, as his request for me to speak on this matter, it was clear that this is a human settlements project. In terms of the greater development of this area, human settlements would have to go back and identify the further need for this. I hear what the Councillor is saying, but it's not to say that human settlement engagement on this particular land should be absent from this discussion. So therefore, I still do and agree with your new amended recommendation, Speaker, that we should take this then to sub-council for further input so that further work on this land can be discussed and agreed to in that area, and then move it on to further discussion with the appropriate line department, and should that be, or rather that should then be determined at the sub-council level.
So in the interest of moving this further, we can either take it to urban management or we can take it to the sub-council, but it needs somewhere along the line, it needs to be workshopped in a way that takes it forward. So, Councillor Haynes, would you be happy if we did that at the sub-council and then we kept an eye on it to make sure that it moves forward? Councillor Haynes.
Speaker, I'm happy for it to go back to sub. In fact, let me say this motion goes to sub-council. It has been discussed at sub-council. It is at the sub-council level where we have lost funds from a donor for a structure because the officials said they do not have even money to maintain a structure if we get a structure. That is on the basis, maybe it did not put all that finer details in it, but if Councillor Badardin would be able to engage further with Councillor Nikelo, he'll get the crutch of what we have done so far or tried to do so far, and then we would then be able to move faster. I thank you.
All right, so let's recommend that it goes to the sub-council and we try and drive it from there to get a solution which is amicable. All right, thank you.
Speaker?
Then, Councillor Zoldani.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I just want, it's a health and safety related question. Is it proper that EFF members should sit shoulder to shoulder like this during COVID? Because they've been packing them, they're posing a risk to us, and I'm sitting next to them.
Councillor Zondani, I can tell you that there's no risk to you. I see 4 seats between you and them, 5 seats between you and them.
So
stay away from them.
So they are okay like that?
Well, the point is, you know, if there's some other kind of cohabitation agreement and they're sharing residence or something, then it doesn't matter if they do it here, but just you make sure you stay healthy. Thank you. I did bring it to their attention, but they seem to think that their relationship is such that it's not necessary to separate inside here. Thank you. Okay, councillors, that is the end of volume 4A. And before we go to, and all the items for noting have been agreed, so for noting. So before we go then to the in-committee agenda, I want to ask if there are the parties wishing to make a statement, a closing statement to council before we move into the in-committee item, and then ask other people to leave. So, Councillor Makazi.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to greet. Why must it be 1 minute? No, I want to sit. I'm tired.
Councillor, you might not get another opportunity. Please come stand here.
Also, Speaker, maybe it's my practice to become a mayor on the 2nd of November. Then I have been orientated by you, Speaker, and the councillors here. Speaker, councillors, officials present in the meeting, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the ANC caucus to thank everyone for a good working relationship observed throughout this term, and would like to wish well all those that will not be coming back in the next term for different reasons, wishing them well in their future endeavors. Not forgetting to remind those that are coming back that there is still a lot to be done for Cape Townians through providing basic services for all. We had many challenges starting from draft, which almost led to day zero, where unfortunately some saw an opportunity to make money out of a very sad situation, while poor people were affected having having to pay high tariffs. Coronavirus outbreak also affected us big time. Some lost their loved ones, lost their jobs, and we lost some councillors too. May they continue to rest in peace. We were also faced with land invasions due to this city not being able to provide adequate houses to the needy, and sadly, we are still witnessing the continuation of apartheid spatial planning and deterioration of service delivery in the Cape Flats and townships in general under this outgoing administration. We are still affected with high electricity tariffs till to date, with no plan to reduce the cost of our poor and the poorest of the communities who are suffering daily. We sincerely hope that people have learned a lesson that under the DA, nothing was equal and nothing was fair. There was no well-run city, no opportunity city, and there was no progress together. It is therefore our conviction as the ANC that we remain the only hope for the people of Cape Town to drive the agenda of social transformation. We shall therefore meet on the 1st of November, 2021, as it will indeed be the battle of the fittest. Let me take this opportunity, Speaker, to say all the best to all the political parties that will be contesting local government elections. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dudley.
I didn't really want to say goodbye to Angus Mackenzie, but he is not here, so it's okay. I'll speak to everybody else then. Thank you. If I don't come back and I don't see you in the next term, it's been an honor working with all of you. There have been times you haven't liked what I've said, but then I haven't liked what you've said. But that hasn't made any difference to the fact that we're actually here because we've got servant hearts and that because we care. And so I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm hoping to be back, but if I don't, I'll remember you, most of you, with fondness. Mackenzie's not here, hey, is he? Yeah. But I'll remember you all with fondness, and have a good run-up to the elections, and pray for the SCDP. May we win. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Al-Jamal.
How's that for timing, eh? How is that for timing?
And I never had to tell you to finish. Is Al-Jamal here? Find one that works.
I'm Ahmad Hendricks, Alzama. Thank you for everything for 2 years that I was learning, and I enjoy myself with all the councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The AIC, are they present? Are the ARC in the banqueting hall? Do they want to make a comment? I'm giving people an opportunity in case they don't come back. All right, then we'll move on to the CMC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. All the best for the elections, and hope to see you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Mr. Birthday Boy Adams, you may come to the front. You too might not get another chance.
Good day, everyone. The only reason why I asked to be here is because I need to get used to the spot. So if you want to be in the deep end, you need to learn to swim. And there's been many before us that has had this opportunity, Mayor Dan Plato and those that's been before him. So these are people we could learn from. So I think we need to understand, going forward, it's not about the different colors and the different parties. It is about working together, because that is what's being required right now. We need to understand what is needed in our city, besides just in the country. It's about working together. We must stop dividing our communities the way we are dividing our communities. Serious work is needed, and there's a lot of people in all of the parties. So we need to identify those people. Because most of you, sorry if I'm going to say this, but why do you think I'm standing here today is because of your lack involvement of your community. You depend on your logos, you depend on your color, you depend on others. Food parcels, you depend on those things to make a statement. It is not about your poster, about your T-shirt. It is about your involvement in your community. At the end of the day, we need to take it back to our communities to elect you, not because of your poster.
Speaker, you can't canvass here.
We need you to work within your community.
Speaker, is this a farewell speech or an exit speech? Which one of the two? Farewell or exit? Speaker, is this an exit speech or a farewell speech?
Man. Mackenzie, you have great attributes to make you a wonderful person, but your immaturity does not belong here. So if...
Councillor Mackenzie, please allow the Speaker to speak.
Thank you. So I think on that note, I would like to thank each and every one that I have come into contact with over the years, because good friends, we have shared, and we each have managed to share what we needed to with each other. Because without our interaction, we do not develop. So that has made me to stand here very proudly, because coming back is what we look forward to. And that is not in my hands, but in the hands of the Almighty. And I will be back with His grace, with His protection. So for each and every one of you, thank you very much. And for what you look and what you want for yourself, I wish you well. God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you going to respond to something? Because
No, Chair, I wanted to know if we were allowed to ask points of clarity of the speakers, because I wanted to know if the councillor, if achieving the same result as the ANC in Ward 115 made him more optimistic for the election.
What I can say is we've now expanded into Cedarburg, and we definitely will have a seat in Cedarburg as well. That's 100% increase.
all right, thank you. Can I go to Councillor Kasim?
Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity of thanking all my fellow colleagues from all parties for the cooperation and for the fellowship. The one thing I would really love to see, if I come back, and even if I don't come back, the rest of the councillors could take this up, is to make Chapter 3 of the Constitution work. The intergovernmental relationships. Now, as a former member of Parliament, it has really bothered me that we do not interact sufficiently with our colleagues in the other two spheres of government. For example, we've had problems with trying to buy electricity from independent power producers. But we were stalled by the fact that the minister wasn't willing to make a move. But it was also surprising that we did not have a multi-party delegation from council to the national government to be able to interact with the national government. Now, had we done that, maybe we would have made more progress, and that would have been for the benefit of everyone. Finally, to all the committee chairs, thank you very much. I found you to be very, very committed to your tasks. It was wonderful working with you. And to the MACO members who have been taking things forward, I found myself very much in agreement with many of the things that you have placed before us. And do remember that I looked carefully to see where I could find fault. But oftener than not, I found that you were doing a sterling job for the people of Cape Town. Thank you for that. And I hope that we have the further opportunity to engage so that together we can do our best to ensure that this municipality remains one of the best in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Freedom Front Plus.
Baie dankie, Speaker.
You are also able to come here if you would prefer.
Fine. I'm fine. I just want to stand out of
That's
respect for everybody in council. Ek gaan in beide tale gaan ek dankie sê. Ek wil baie dankie sê toe ek 5 jaar terug hier gekom het, was ek 'n groentjie en eerste keer in die raad gekom van 'n NGO waar ek met die wit I will translate for you. Waar ek met die armoede in my gemeenskap gewerk het. En dit was en die leemte wat ek daar gevind het, was die leemte tussen dit wat op grondvlak gebeur en dit wat in 'n raad kan besluite oorgeneem word, en dis hoekom ek politiek my keuse gemaak het. Ek wil vir een en almal sê baie dankie. Baie dankie vir die respek wat ek ontvang het van een en almal. Baie dankie vir die dames en die here wat my gehelp het om my voete te vind die eerste ruk. Ek het begin by veiligheid en sekuriteit en baie groot waardering gehad saam met hulle te werk, en toe het ek oorbeweeg impact toe, en baie dankie ook aan die voorsitters van beide die komitees. En ook vir die raadslede wat hier agter sit. Ek onthou toe ons gekom het, was ons gesê ons is die klein partye. En ek dink in 2019 het ons bewys dat Vryheidsfront Plus een van die 5 grootes is nou. En ek het regtig my gebed is om terug te kom en nog steeds 'n verskil te maak saam met almal en nog steeds respek aan almal te betoon. I want to thank you. I want to thank each and everyone for enable me to do my work as a councillor, to accept me coming from Freedom Front Plus as the only person in this council. I do have respect for each and everyone. Thank you to the ladies and the gentlemen who assisted me to find my feet. Thank you for safety and security. It was an honor to be on your committee and as well as impact. Thank you, Chair, for you as well, and all the impact members as well. It was a very huge learning curve for me, and for my colleagues here in the back row, we're not that small anymore. Freedom Front, I said we are one of the 5 big parties at the moment, and I really pray that we will come back, that I will come back with more councillors and not only myself if I come back. And I want to say
councillors, please.
I want to say to the EFF, you know what, sir, sometimes you really treated me without respect, but I want to say, you know what, I don't take that as personal, because I know politics is not a clean fight. But I just want to say I do respect each and everybody. For the executive members in Deputy Mayor, Speaker, thank you for you and everybody. I really appreciate all assistance, and I wish everybody well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the PA in the house? The Patriotic Alliance are not here. All right, and neither are the PAC or the UDM. The DA, Mr. Mayor, would you like to do a closing remark? Mr. Mayor. The EFF are a little bit slow on the uptake, but he does want to speak as well. If you want to just sit. No, come.
I'm also wearing my red tie today.
Councillor Dwani.
Well, Madam Speaker, colleagues, people of Cape Town, well, it was an honor to serve with you. We truly appreciate. We are very grateful for the opportunity that we've been given by the people of Cape Town, people of Mbolweni, people of Bondierville, people of Atlantis. You know, they've given us a rare opportunity to come and serve here. People of Kraaifontein, I can't see my sub-council chair. There's my sub-council chair. She welcomed me like a mother, and we served well. We disagreed a lot, and my portfolio chairs, Comrade Simon, and my biggest opponent, Mackenzie there, culprit. Comrades, we've served very well. It was a wonderful journey. Sadly, it has to come to this. Yeah, we are looking forward. We are looking forward to. Man, behave, you man. We are looking forward to a new political term, which will be under the EFF leadership. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. We also want to say thank you to JP for his team for arresting us all the time. We are still here. We are strong. We are still pushing. People are still occupying land. People are still occupying land. Speaker,
okay,
you've been good to us as well in our portfolio committee. And the past couple of months since you've been here, you've been wonderful than your predecessor. The less we say about him, the better. Comrade Mayor, you've been wonderful. Pity your party hasn't seen that in you. We wish you well. We hope to serve with you somewhere else next time. Comrades, let's go out and let's be tolerant with each other. Let us campaign very good. And we are very happy to welcome you come November as the EFF leadership. We will not move from this side. We'll occupy this side red. We'll occupy this side red.
Okay.
This side will then decrease. Comrade Nora, if she's here. So comrades, thank you very much. It was a sad 5 years, Speaker. We must say it as we are leaving the stage. It was a sad 5 years for the people of Cape Town. I'm sure they've seen that a 2/3 majority to the DA, it has disadvantaged them. We hope that they will vote right and they can only vote for the economic freedom.
Okay, thank you very much. Remember, it's not a fact till it's a fact.
Honourable Speaker, councillors, let me use the opportunity for the very last time to say to all of you, it was a great pleasure for me working with you. I think, doesn't matter the political party, we were just one great bunch of very, very lovely people together. There was times when people were saying food parcels is not needed. I heard the comments, the reference to that. But I think what people lose sight of is the fact when the first lootings of trucks, delivery trucks take place in Khayelitsha, in Nyanga, and people were saying it's about food, we want to eat. If we did not reach out as a city, it could have ended up much, much worse. The moment we reach out, We see the gap, we see the opportunity, and we say to ourselves, now we need leadership in the city to fill that gap. Otherwise, we're going to lose. It will become like Durban, Phoenix, etc. And over 300 soup kitchens capacitated, thousands of plates of food on a day-to-day basis, monitored by my office and myself. That was much, much needed. And at the end of the day, for opposition, and I want to thank the opposition parties as well, without hesitation, coming to my office to come and fetch their food parcels. And that for me was a highlight. There was just one time, and the EFF have done it later on, Duane knows what I'm talking about, and I said I want to pose for a picture with you with your food parcels, and the EFF at the time said no, they refused. But at the end of the day, they have done it, and I could understand why. But it wasn't about the EFF or the ANC or the DA or any other political party. For me, what do you do as a politician, as a leader, if your people, your residents in your street, in your community saying to you, I'm hungry, and you as a politician, as a leader, cannot even give your people a plate of food or a food parcel? And all of us, I can't take that accolade myself. I want to say to you, all of us made it work. But at the end of the day, what is also very important for me, what I said in my speech this morning, the city of Cape Town have done well under difficult circumstances. Looking at, I entered the city at the tail end of the drought, day zero. We put day zero to a large extent behind us, and then it was COVID-19, and we sailed through both of those issues. And still today, City of Cape Town regarded as the best governed run metropolitan municipality in South Africa, regardless of what anyone else saying out there. That is the fact. We need to keep it like that. But we also need to bear in mind, with everything we are doing for the poorest of the poor, our outreach to the poorest, and that was the reason why I created an entity in my office to focus on the poorest of the poor, calling outreach mission and whatever you want to call it. That was also much needed. The poor must know we care for them. That is important. But I want to say to the officials, City Manager Van der Sail, Lungelo, he and his executive management team. It was a case of building relationship with the executive management team. It's a case of making them to understand what you want. They need to understand what you want. You need to understand what they can offer you. We become a great bunch of senior officials in the city. And I want to thank them for their commitment. I want to thank them for the unqualified audits. You know, any business will tell you, if you rate a business, you're looking at certain things of the business, the governance of the business. And on top of it, you're looking at the financials of the business. And here, apart from Kevin Jacoby, I need to say to Ian Nielsen as well, Deputy Mayor, Mayoral Committee Member for Finance. Ian and Kevin Jacoby is responsible for one thing in the city of Cape Town, to make sure our financials in this city of Cape Town is on track. We're a going concern. We're a viable concern. We got money in the bank, while other metropolitan municipalities wobbling and don't know next month if they can pay the staff and that sort of thing. The city of Cape Town can say, we are a viable city for the residents of the city of Cape Town, regardless what who else saying out there. That is important of the city of Cape Town. And that is the issues we need to take into our election campaign, regardless what even the opposition parties are saying. But in conclusion, I want to say to the officials, keep up the good work. I also want to wish a person with the name of Craig Kessenwell. He resigned yesterday or the day before, and I built also a very good relationship with Craig. The mayoral committee members, apart from Deputy Mayor, all of them, Zanthia, JP, Pandile, Malusi, even James, Marianne, Badruddin. Are you betting for Grant? And then the latecomer, Roberto, and I think all the meetings together. Sharon, my word, sorry, Sharon Cottle. Back from honeymoon. Congratulations, Sharon. But at the end of the day, a good bunch of leaders that keep the city of Cape Town's flag very, very high. We feel our work is not done as yet. You give off, you need to stop, you need to hand over and that sort of thing. And when you look back, you say, we have done this, but we could have done X, Y, and Z. But at the end of the day, you can't do all of those in 5 years' time. You need a lengthier period of time for doing that. But then to all the ordinary other councillors, the committees, the whatever, the complaints, how we deal with the complaints, how we reach out to the public out there. That is the work of a councillor. And I listened to my good friend of the ID up there. I need to say to him as well, we, or DI, we can criticize our councillors the way we like. There's a yell of a bunch of good councillors in this house. ANC, other parties, I need to investigate that one. But at the end of the day, the councillors are trying their best. The public is of the opinion a ward councillor is everything for them. And they don't bear in mind that the authority and the responsibility of a ward councillor stops somewhere down the line. You cannot want to be everything for everyone in your ward. And that is what the public don't understand. But the least we can do, we need to do. And many of you guys, when I phone you, you were there. Middle of the night when I phone certain councillors, even the lady councillors, Mayor, don't worry, I will do it. Tomorrow morning, I'm on top of it. And that is how I know many of our councillors, sometimes under difficult circumstances. So I want to conclude to say, like what I said in my speech this morning, let's go out there. Let us, Cape Town cannot want to become a Tshwane metropolitan municipality. A councillor shot 20 times, even regardless if it is an ANC councillor. We feel it, even if the councillor is ANC. Why? It's a human being. It's a God-made human being. We don't condone that. But at the end of the day, what I have also said, the atrocities towards women and children. We are leaders. We need to set a clear example. So what I'm saying when I say that, let us go and bat with an open mind. Let us criticize. Let us tell each other their fortune. But let us keep our distance and our respect. Let us not resort to anything like things like violence and swearing and that sort of thing. Thank you very much. It was lovely working with you. I was the mayor for a second time of the best run city in South Africa. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you to all the parties for your contributions. We now need to conclude the open meeting, terminate the YouTube link, and then we will convene the in-committee meeting. I ask that, that after the in-committee